Please have a kind attendance, please. Governor, Mahek Singh,
Yes, sir.
Aparna Arif, Shravani, Tirupati Monica, Aparna, Haridas, Dasraj, Kartik,
Yes, sir.
Internal Dev, Tanuja Joshi, Nature, Gagan, Ganesh, Bindu, Anupam, Tamil, Kaveri. Okay, thank you.
Gagan Ganesh, you remind him attendance. He is forgetting. See, nutritious food when you don't take now, brain will not store these information. So that's why. So give the benefit of what happens. Yes, madam. Yes, switch off that.
So good morning, everyone. Yesterday we had a similar presentation by Richard, which was very, very crisp. And now we're going to have a routine presentation by Kaveri. All the best, Kaveri. Good morning.
Say once I talk, it has to. He came late, no? Sorry. Yesterday's this presentation.
It was very good, sir.
Not very good content. At least Mr. Gupta's presentation you can summarize. And what was the gap there you can tell so that she can take it forward.
Actually, I have also made this presentation about this topic. What I found that, it's all about IISC 14001. And what I think that, while you talk with any auditors, they always think that there is some gap in English and this kind of one there will be different things with change of races. But to be very honest, there are a lot of people, there are a lot of companies who are doing very good things like startups, people and Infosys. So they are doing very good things. They are doing academic work. But I don't No, sir. No, I gave apples, sir. I ate apples.
Hey, now taking care of this problem.
You must study a particular fields and the regulation, principles and structure, supporting system, EMS certification standard, ISO 14000. Implementation of EMS standard to ISO 14000, benefits of implementing ISO 14000. the first one is what is EMS. It mostly focuses on the management practices, which covers the level of their efficiency in environmental responsibilities. So, the EMS of an organization is designed to meet the regulatory and legislative system requirements and improve the control of environmental impact, suitably accommodate changing market trends and gain competitive edge, reduce the costs associated with environmental liabilities and insurance, gain public and media support. As you can see on the right side, so that's for the plan to check act model. So for most of the EMS are built on the notational model, plan to check act model. So in plan and when it comes to the plan, it including identify environmental aspects and establishing goals. In do, will implementing including training and operational controls. In checking including monitoring and corrective action. And in act, reviewing including progressive reviews and acting to incorporate required changes in the EM. So, and this model ensures the environmental matters are systematically identified, controlled, and monitored. So, it's also help ensure that performance of EMS is improved over time. So we are going to learn about the core elements of EMS. So before that, there is no best approach for the development of implementation of EMS. Since depend upon the nature, size, and complexity of the activities, products and services with the organization. So there are four different core elements are present. The first one is the environmental policy. So it must be a written statement which expresses the commitment of senior management to improve the environmental performance. And come to the environmental action plan, it describes the measures the organization will take over the coming years. So it can translate the environmental policies into objectives and targets, identify activities to achieve them, define responsibility and commit necessary resources.
If someone please summarize, you don't summarize what have you learned so far, just the one word with premise. Anybody here?
Madam discussed about plan to check and act. So planning is most important. Then you can do actively whatever you have planned and check again, take a review or a feedback, and then you act again. So act means just discuss. Later on you can act on the plan is not.
I would like to say one thing. Before planning, we also do policy. Like through policy, we start planning. There is a double thing in this, but we actually go through PDCA model. But if you look at like one different, it's like there is a one policy, then you go for that.
The third core element include environmental related organizational structures. So in this one, there will be a staff member who will be responsible for the environmental. Typically, has a direct reporting relation to the head of the organization, and he can establish the assignments, delegate authority, and assign responsibility for actions. Integration of environmental concerns. It involves integrate environmental management into regular operations by establishing procedures for incorporating environmental measure in other aspects too. So this is a schematic representation of the core elements in EMS model. So there are many various EMS models are available, but the model presented here is standard set by the ISO 14001, and it's a starting point of describing the EMS elements. So ISO 14001 is widely accepted international standard in the EMS. It mainly focuses on the continued improvement. So companies may make asked to demonstrate performance with the ISO 14001 as a condition for doing the business in some of the markets. And what are the benefits of EMS? So there are many benefits associated with the adoption of EMS. So it includes improved environmental performance, enhance the company's prevention of pollution, which leads to the resource conservation, new customers or markets, increased efficiency or reduced costs, enhanced employee morale, enhanced image with public regulators, lenders and investors, and employee awareness of environmental issues and responsibilities.
Okay, so we can put it back. Back. Yeah. So all the drugs and everything that you've used, it is you've not really explained them. Like go to the previous slide also. Yeah. So you probably need to maybe talk about it a little bit, but go specifically. Like all of them are. What is the significance? Can you explain? Can anyone do a summary? Yeah?
As we discussed now about that core elements of EMS, there we already discussed about the environmental plan, policy and the action plan. After that, environmental operational standards are there, and next one is the integrated concerns of environmental. So in that, we are discussed about that standards where that we are here, we are making a one person is that the safety manager example. So he is taking in charge and he will educate it to the remaining staff. It comes under environmental organization standards. Then when it is the integrated part, you want to see that in the integrated part, other factors. Integrated means like a, all aspects will comes under in a same. So example is the company is there. Their company we have to see about that management section, finance section, and R&D development section. Every section will comes under this integrated part. And after that, about the EMS, EMS is a dynamic. It having the dynamic level, and there with they have the core elements. That core element is interrelated to the other elements. And here ISO 14001 is the international worldwide uh, standard one, because it is having the continuous improvement system well, so that it is having the standard. Next, benefits of EMS is nothing but like they are giving to improvement to the environmental performance obviously. Next, they are enhancing the compliances because if they are actions taking, they are increasing the actions in the system. Next one is the prevention of pollution and resource conservation. So they are mostly affecting the pollution prevention and resource conservation, and new customers also. Customers and markets they are affecting, and increase the efficiency, reduce their increase the efficiency obviously. Then they are this standards we can reduce the cost of the product also, and next enhance the employee morality as well as enhances the public like we need to attract to the public or regulators or media, whatever, that environment is also more, and employee awareness programs also take a part, and their responsibilities also we can see in the environmental issues. These are so far we learned about.
So like Karthik said earlier, before PDC Act model, there will be an environmental policy. So from there, it's actually look like a cyclic nature of model. as we know, the EMS is very dynamic in nature. So from the environmental policy, planning will be there. So planning will be including the identify the environmental aspects and establishing the goals. Once we establish the goal, we will do the implementation. Once it implemented, we will check and we will go to the checking, and if any corrections are there, we will do the corrections. Then it will go for the management review. Then it will be there will be an audit. So it will go like this cycle. Next one, the certification body assessment of EMS. So to get the certified to get the certification, what are the to be certified, the organization has to be demonstrate that the EMS functions and the various control mechanisms are properly operational. So usually it will take a minimum of 3 months, and the internal audit system will fully operational, and the one management review has been conducted. So based on some conditions, the certificates are being issued. So those include non-conformities identified has been addressed and eliminated. Once it gets addressed, then we will go for the elimination. The certification body has justified confidence that all the provisions in the EMS standard have been met. So there will be a standard for the standard regulations will be there. So they will check whether it has undergone all the EMS standards. And in particular, the provision of compliance with the organization policy and objectives is effective or not. The principle of continuous improvement of environmental performance has been stated within an environmental program and is being allowed to play in the EMS. So all the key staff has undergone a training, need analysis, and have received the training. So every employee in the organization will go for a complete training and will learn about the EMS and what are the standard protocol. Everything, even the employee will be get a training. Next one is regulatory compliance. What is regulatory compliance? It's nothing but there will be a law legislations set by the authorities to ensure legal safe. And regulatory compliance is very important, which will give the data security and can handle the sensitive information also. So if they didn't meet the regulatory requirements, they will be having a fine or penalty or lawsuit. An organization with a certified EMS should achieve continuing compliance with the regulatory requirements applicable to the environmental aspects. The certification body confirms that the system designed to achieve the necessary compliance with operating effectively. And next one is surveillance audits. So it is nothing but it's a periodic assessment that verifies the organization has meeting all the regulatory standards or not. So the effectiveness of the EMS with regard to achieve the objectives of the organization in environmental policy. There will be an interview with the responsible for the EMS. The functioning of procedures for notifying the authorities of any breaches, follow-up conclusion of certified internal audits, and action taken for non-conformities identified during the previous audit. So the surveillance audit of the certification body should be agreed with the organization, taking into account the internal audit program and the reliability that can be attributed to this work. Once the certification body assessment of EMS over, then we will be go for regulatory complaints and we will go for a surveillance audit. So once we get a positive, then we will go for the documentation of EMS. So in the documentation of EMS, there will be usually we have decisions will be there making for solving the problems. For solving the problems, we need proper documentation system in order to collect, analyze, register, and retrieve the information. So mostly environmental effects may have been considered within safety reviews, hazard operating studies, and risk consequences analysis. In such such cases, environmental EMS documentation should refer the critical area where significant errors are covered by the other management systems. And the documentation should be available for all the appropriate staff and should be kept up to date.
Tarjun, what have you done so far?
I have learned the benefits of EMS, that having a good EMS or environmental management system, we can have improved environmental performance. There will be an enhanced compliance. There will be a whole new market or new customer. There will be a prevention of pollution, and then I will know about the certification, what is the sense of EMS, or what are the conditions for getting a EMS certificate, that EMS of a company should be operational for minimum of 3 months, and the audit system should be fully functional, and the one management review at least must have been conducted. So that's it.
She also spoke about surveillance.
You can ask them.
Surveillance audit. Anybody, please? Can you make me understand about surveillance audit?
Actually, we also learn about audits and before the certification body assessment of EMS, then conditions for issuing certificate and regulatory conditions and surveillance, regulatory compliances and surveillance audit. Surveillance is actually a continuous process, so it is done in frequent. And afterwards we learn about documentation of EMS.
Do you think like how do you get the ISO certificate we can trade in international market? What do you say? Let's say somebody goes on ISO 40,000 certificate, is trading like I am just a person, I can get my product in the state of India. Do you think it will help me in such a thing?
Moving to the environmental management manual. So a key EMS document is the company's environmental it's a company's environmental manual. So the document it will establish the general policy of the company on the issues. So it usually contains an environmental policy and a clear statement of the person who is in charge of the verification activities in the organizational structures pertaining to the maintenance of the environmental system. So environmental policy and clear statement of the person who is in charge of verification activities in the organization structure. So this manual also contains the description of the system which was all being implemented. So the benefits of preparing the manual include which clarifies the responsibilities. It is useful for the auditing purposes, can be highly effective for training of new employees, make easier the process of obtaining approval of license from the protection agencies, and it is useful for the marketing purpose also. So for preparing the manual, it is necessary to identify all the mandatory regulations, standards and codes to be complied with. So mostly the highest executive in the company must be signed the document. It should contain the vision of organization about environmental and its commitment to continuous improvement. The document should detail targets to be reached and explain how it will be reached.
Next is EMS standard ISO 14000 series and the evolution. So the International Organization of Standardization, it's called as ISO. It was formed in 1947 and it has since become the premier international standard organization. The organization began by developing international agreements in 1951, which was published the first standard reference temperature for the industrial length measurement. Since the time, the ISO has developed more than 9,000 standards for a variety of subjects ranging from screw threads and fasten the high-tech feed loops. And ISO also developed the widely used quality management system QMS standards, that is ISO 9000 series. The membership of ISO includes over 100 countries. Each country is represented by one standard organization. ISO usually considers three key principles for the developing of international standards, which consists of consensus, industry-wide acceptability, and voluntary nature. So in consensus, it includes which all the interested parties is taken into account, which will include manufacturers, vendors, consumer groups, testing laboratories, government, engineering profession, and research organizations. Next, industry-wide acceptability. The goal is to draft that satisfy industries and customer worldwide. And when it comes to the voluntary nature, all of the international standards are developed are voluntary. Thus, their acceptance by market industry is market-driven and based on the voluntary involvement of all the interest in the marketplace. In 1990, Business Charter of Sustainable Development (BCSD), the organization of 50 business leaders with the interest in environmental developmental issues was created from environmental protection, with premises with the economic development can take only in the healthy environment. The ISO formed a strategic action plan of the environment called SAGE in 1991. The purpose of SAGE was to investigate the usefulness of drafting international standards for environmental management. So mostly the SAGE focused on promoting a common worldwide approach to the environmental management business and industry, increasing the ability of incentives of organizations to measure and attain improvement in environmental performance, and facilitating world trade and removal potential environmental trade barriers. As a result of the findings of SAGE, the ISO formed the Technical Committee 207, TC 207 in 1993. Then, after that, TC 207 becomes the responsible for drafting the ISO 14000 series of standards. At early meetings, the TC 207, more than 30 countries and 200 representatives expressed the desire to develop new EMS standards. So TC 207 itself had members representing some 69 countries and was divided into 6 subcommittees. These members including representatives from various industries, standard organizations, government, environmental organizations, and other interest groups. A subcommittee of TV 207 prepared a draft EMS standard based on BS 7750. It was presented at the EDGE Summit in Rio de Janeiro, and the draft of the standard was agreed in Oslo in June 1995.
Yeah, Dana. And can you please make it quick? She talked about environment management manual. So this is a description of the policy related to all the environmental aspects, and it helps in clarifying. It gives us a clarity on the responsibility of the person who's taking part in this environmental management system, and also it is useful for the audit purpose, and it gives us helps in training the people who will be upcoming, and it is useful for the marketing purpose also. Next, we talked about EMS standard, that is ISO 14000 series, and it was formed in 1947. And so these ISO series are mainly based on key principles. First one is consensus, where they look at all the people, like whether it is consumer group, who are producers,
Anyone? Should we continue? Next, we are going to learn the principles and the structure. So the aim of the ISO 14000 series of standards, it will help organizations implement and improve their EMS. So the principles governing ISO 14000 series are, it understand all the activities and processes being undertaken by the organization, identify potential aspects associated with the activities of the unit of all stages and determine the impact on the environment, determine processes, procedure, operational steps that can be controlled to eliminate or minimize the likelihood of an occurrence of an adverse impact. Identify the regulatory requirements relating to them and establish target level and tolerances which must be met to ensure the operational affecting the environmental are under control. Establish a monitoring mechanism to ensure control of these aspects. Establish a system of emergency preparation and for meeting such exigencies. Establish procedures for verification to confirm the environmental management system is working effectively in compliance with the regulations and recording continuous improvement. Establish procedures for verification to confirm the environmental management system is working effectively in compliance with the regulatory and recording continuous improvement, and establish documentation concerning all procedures and the records appropriate for these principles and their application. These are the main key principles and the structures to aim the ISO 14000 series of standard to help the organization to implement and improve the EMS. So the standard can be classified into two categories based on their purpose. First one is organizational process standards. Next one is product oriented standards. So in organizational process standard, these include environmental management system, EMS, environmental auditing, EA, and environmental performance evaluation, EPE. And in product oriented standards, these include life cycle assessment, LCA, environmental labeling, EL, and environmental aspect in product standards, EAPS. So the ISO 14000 series standards are of two types. One is normative standard and another one is informative standards. So in normative standard, these include these indicate the requirements that must be met and can be audited for the certification. So in normative standard, in the 14000 series, only ISO 14001, that is environmental management system specification with the guidance, is one of the only normative standard, and all other standards were listed in the informative standards. So in informative standards, these provide guidance and the requirement need to be audited for the certification. And these are some of the supporting systems. The supporting system which include ISO 40000 and ISO 40010, 14020, 14030, 14040, 14050, and 14060. So in environmental auditing, which consists of ISO 14010, ISO 14011, and ISO 14012. So it is a systematic verification of environmental activities, ensuring conformance with audit criteria. So the guiding principle of audit include basing the audit on demand objectives and drawing inferences based on analysis, interpretation, documentation, and appropriate information. And utilizing an audit team that is independent for all these activities they audit, and utilizing an auditor who meets the specification of qualification criteria. Accessing of due professional care by auditor to maintain confidential and adequate quality assurance. Using appropriate procedure of all for an objective audit, and we will direct the audit criteria, evidence, and findings, and providing an adequate report of findings.
just one question for you. I don't know what's the difference between environment auditing or environment surveillance or environment monitoring. So please can you make me understand what's the difference between environment auditing, environment monitoring, or environment, yeah, it's okay. Environment auditing versus environment monitoring.
Auditing we do once the system is in place. Monitoring, if you want to again recheck the system ability, right? You can monitor some levels or some kind of policy measure also. Surveillance again, the survey is not helping you. You can go for surveillance. I think all clear here, right?
Auditing is actually something if you are already implemented, then you will monitor it. So the monitoring and which is like set of standards for that which you are monitoring. So the verification of both or comparison and or observation of how it is happening and how you are monitoring, that's all auditing. Surveillance is actually the continuous monitoring or continuous observation is not surveillance.
He wants to ask me and let me figure. So monitoring is a systemic and it is periodic checking. And audit is done at the end of it. Audit also includes looking at if the monitoring is being done well or not. Right? It includes that. And surveillance is the regular monitoring. So for example, you have a camera on. Imagine that you have a camera on and you're constantly being surveillance. Okay? So, and it is also time, no doubt, that you kind of record that what are the changes that are happening along the timeline. Okay? What is the measure that you have to decide? Here I'm taking the example of the time. When you talk about monitoring is that when everything is set in the place, you decide that these are the parameters that I'm going to look at. And you keep constantly after a particular period, for example 6 months, 1 year or 2 years, you decide that this is the time interval that I will be waiting for, and then I will be doing the monitoring again. Audit is also periodical, but it is done to ensure that the monitoring is also in place, plus other things are also in place. So it is a higher level working. What it does is usually monitoring is done within the organization, usually. But for auditing, it can be done internally also, but usually you rely on other people so that you get better insights into the kind of work that you do. And surveillance is basically to monitor everything that whether we are keeping with the track of or what is happening, what is the change that we want to observe. Does that help? Yes. Yeah?
Next one, environmental labeling standards, which is ISO 14020. So ISO 14020, it is based on a voluntary environmental labeling standard that requires a third-party verification, and it is designed to reduce burden arising from the diverse multiple labels. So the guidance principle include the standard and criteria applicable for environmental label must be developed through a consent process, and the program must be voluntary. A product can be considered for the environmental regulations of a country in which it is manufactured and marketed. An environmental labeling programmers should be selective and should distinguish leading product product alternatives. The product criteria developed by the certification agency should be periodically reviewed to account for the new developments and technologies. The process should be transparent with regard to criteria, certification and award procedures. So the criteria should be revised periodically, then clearly demonstrate the funding sources of the program and do not create conflicts of interest or under influence. The labeling program should be use scientific and reproducible methodologies to assess the environmental impact of products. So labeling program should be accessible, objective and affordable. Next one is Environmental Performance Standard, which is ISO 14030. The Environmental Performance Evaluation, EPE, it's an important ongoing internal management process. So it uses environmental indicators to compare an organization's past and present environmental performance with its environmental objectives and target or other internal level of environmental performance. So in EPE, the standard is based on PDCA circle. That is, P stands for plan, D stands for do, C stands for check, and A stands for act. And EPS standard also provides some guidance on identification and selection of environmental indicators. So there will be two environmental performance indicators will be there. So the EPS standard provide guidance to identification and selection of environmental indicators. There are two types of environmental indicators. First one is environmental performance indicators, which is EPA. So these include the people, practices, and producers at all the level of organizations. The design, operation, and maintenance of supply to and delivery from an organization's facilities and equipments, and the materials, energy, products, services, waste, or emissions related to the organizational operations and activities. Next we will discuss life cycle assessment, which comes under ISO 14040. Yesterday, Gagan discussed about this one. So ISO 14040 provides guidelines for incorporating life cycle assessment into environmental management plans. And LCA is defined as a comparison and evaluation of the inputs, outputs, and potential environmental impacts of a product system throughout the cycle. So in LC assessment, we have ISO 14041, ISO 14040, ISO 14042, and ISO 14043. So in ISO 14040, which indicates the principles and framework of LCA, and ISO 14041, which indicates the inventory analysis, and ISO 14042 indicates the impact assessments, and ISO 14043 indicates the interpretations. So, the ISO 14040, it will cover the three phases of LCA. Those are establishing the goals and scope of assessment, conducting inventory analysis, and conducting impact and improvement assessment. Next one is environmental terms and definitions, which comes under ISO 14050. The successful operation of the environmental management system, which requires a correct understanding of the meaning of term used by the stakeholders in a similar manner. So in this communication is the most implementation and it is the operation for the environmental management system. This communication will be much more effective if there is a common understanding of the terms that are being used. Many of the environmental terms and definitions are the result of recently developed process. The gradual evolution of these environmental concepts invariably means the environmental terminology will continue to develop. Next goes the environmental aspect in product standard, which is ISO 14060. So ISO 14060, which will provide the general guidelines that should be taken into account when developing standards to reduce the environmental effects associated with sacrificing the intended performance of the product or service. So ISO 14060 provides the environmental effects should be balanced against the factors that include product function, performance, safety and health, cost, marketability and quality. So product standards use the following three strategies, which include resource conservation, pollution prevention, and design for the environmental impacts. So in resource conservation, it's nothing but the recycling and waste minimization of the two means that can be used the preserve resources and extended them as much as possible. And in pollution prevention, which results in numerous financial benefits, it including lower cleanup and disposal costs, reduced cost for pollution, control equipment and its operation, insurance savings and many others. For in resale for environmental impact window, this is established by the conductive failure mode and effective analysis.
Can anyone more quick summary? Shavani? Quick summary. So we have gotten into detail about each ISO standard, and after studying the evolution in history. So first of all, ISO standards are divided into four types actually. First one is organization and product oriented standards, and the other two are normative and informative standards. Organization standards are related to the entire organization itself, things like EMS and environmental audit. Whereas product oriented are things like life cycle assessment and eco-labeling and all of that. And normative standards are the ones that are a must to be carried. It's a norm to be carried. So that's why it's normative. And ISO 14001 is the only normative standard. The rest come into informative standards, which are just guiding standards. They don't impose anything. So now coming to what are these standards, each of them. Let's start with ISO 14001. It is the EMS specification standard. I think she's yet to do this one. Okay, my bad. Okay, just roughly it's a specification standard, but I'll move on. 14010 is the general environmental auditing principles, and that defines the environmental auditing principles. And 14011 is framework and procedures of environmental auditing. And 14012 is the qualifications that the auditor is that are required for the auditor, the guidance on that. And moving on to 14020, it's the eco-labeling standards. And 14030, I'm just giving you guys like a quick gist. 14030 is all the environmental performance standards that includes performance indicators as well. And 14040 is all about life cycle assessment. And 14050 is all the terms and definitions of LCA, just to make it more clear. Sorry, not LCA, my bad. It's the terms and definitions of EMS, environmental terms and definitions. 14060 is all the product standards that mainly aim to ensure that although we are keeping environmental aspects in mind, functionality and performance of the product should not be compromised in any way. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions so far?
Next we are going to EMS specification standard, which is ISO 14001. So this is a standard, is the core of the ISO 14000 series. So ISO 14001 presents the element of an EMS that organization can recur to conform it if they seek third-party certification. So ISO 14001 was first published in 1996 and it was revised in 2004. As mentioned, ISO 14001 is the only standard in the ISO 14000 series, intended to be used for the third-party certification. The standard consists of EMS specification 17 general requirements, which referred as clauses and 3 annexes. So moving to the clauses, so what do you mean by clause? It's nothing but a descriptive outlining the desired outcome of the system, but do not it will be handling specific approaches. So since the standard has been written to be applicable to all type of organizations and to accommodate diverse geographical, cultural and social conditions, the requirement of the clauses are generalized and are neither specific nor prescriptive. So they are descriptive, outlining the desired outcome of the system, but do not prescribe specific analyst must implement to get there. Moving to the annexes, there will be three annexes. There is Annex A, B, and C. The Annex A provides the additional information of the requirement of ISO 14001, and it is intended to help avoid any misinterpretation of the actual specification. It is expected that in future revision of ISO 14001, the information in Annex A may be either that in the future revisions of ISO 14001. The information in the Annex A may be either incorporated into clauses or moved to the ISO 14004. Moving to Annex B, it indicates little and the broad technical correspondence between ISO 14001 and ISO 9001 in a tabular form. And in Annex C, it simply represents the bibliography of the documents from both ISO 9000 and ISO 14000 series. The ISO 14001 is a management standard system. It is not a performance or a product standard, although the framers developed it with the idea that the result of the implementation should give better industry environmental performance. So an EMS conforming to ISO 1400 contain the following elements, which include an environmental policy supported by a senior management, identification of environmental aspect and significant impacts, identification of legal and other requirements, environmental goals, objectives and targets to support the policy, an environmental management program, definition of roles, responsibility and authorities, training and awareness procedures, and process of communication of EMS to all the interested parties. Document and operational control procedures, procedures for emergency response, procedures for monitoring and measuring operations that can have a significant impact on environment, procedures to correct non-conformance, record and management procedures, and a program for auditing and corrective action, and procedures for a management review.
I will also have that. Please go there. Yeah, please. IPC Annex B, it is very important from an industrial point of view. Like while you go to our website, we always find one thing, like while you register for ISO certificate, they will always register for ISO 9001 and 14001. That is why it is very important. Sir mentioned in his book that link and broad technical code corresponding between. See, this both are like energy environment, both are very essential. That is why Annex B is very important.
Implementation of EMS conforming to ISO 14001. So the key to a successful ISO 14001 EMS is having documentation procedures that are implemented and maintained in such a way that successful achievement of environmental goal is commensurate with the nature and scales of the activities. So there are three components to an EMS, and they are a written program, educational training, knowledge of relevant local and central environmental regulations. So in written program, the written requires an organization to be committed to producing a quality product with the lowest possible environmental impact and set forth the procedure to be followed to achieve the goal. And in education training, the implementation will not to be effective unless all the employees has to assess and understand the EMS, and this is achieved through the education and training. And in knowledge of relevant local and central environmental regulations, the EMS must incorporate the applicable environmental legal requirements. So the various steps involved in the establishment of the EMS are, the first one is obtain management commitment. So there will be a senior management who can demonstrate its commitment by playing an active, visible role in the EMS implementation process, providing funding and allocating resources and promoting employee awareness and the motivation. So an as a tool to achieve continuous environmental improvement rather than daily firefighting just to meet the mandatory requirements. The second one is a review current environmental programs. So once the management commitment is secured, the next step is to conduct a document, a preliminary review of the organization's current environmental programs and the management system. So in this process, which includes the reviewing existing environmental management policies, operating procedures and training program as well as the method for identify the regulatory requirements. Third one is conduct gap analysis. The organization need to evaluate as what extent the existing procedures conform the requirements of ISO 14001. Such a gap organization would need to compare the existing procedures for the following main stages of ISO 14001, which include environmental policy, planning, implementation and operation, checking and corrective action, management review and continuous improvement. Fourth one, identify environmental aspect. It's referred to an element of an organization activities, the product and services that can interact with the environment. So ISO 14001 also refers to the impacts. So impacts are actual or potential changes to the environment resulting from any of the environmental aspects. Fifth one, identify significant aspects. So this will help in focusing those aspects over which organizations have some control or influence. Determining which aspects are significant is based on a judgment of the severity of the impact caused by the aspect needs, and it will take the frequency of the occurrence before the team arrives at the final list of the significant environmental aspects. And sixth one, decide the environmental policy. This will form and evolve into an appropriate policy meeting the requirements of the standards. So this document must include the organization commitments towards the complying with the legal requirements, pollution prevention and continuous improvement. So this process helps in forming of the policy statements. Seventh one, identify environmental management programs, which is EMP, may be considered a project or a plan of action to achieve objectives and targets. At this stage, the methodology of realizing the objective, the steps involved, the person responsible for the implementing these steps, the time frame of implementation, the measure required, etc. should be noted. In 8, identify training gives to personnel who works affects the environment. It is essential to identify the needs of a person by comparing the present competence with the required competence. Organizations are expected to have training needs, training plans, training modules and training reports and must check the effectiveness of the training imparted. And the training must have the person aware of the importance of conformance with the environmental policy, environmental impact of their work activity and the consequence of departing from the specified operating procedures. Ninth one, establish communication system. The proper communication channels are imperative to impress all the employees as well as external interested parties are reason for adopting the EMS. 10th one, create proper documentation. The EMS documentation describes the interaction among the core elements of the system and provide key information necessary to understand the environmental management system in a place of the organization. So this is the EMS used for the new employees as a third auditors. Yeah.
Read those theories, then I don't think so they will understand. So can you please explain all those things? And please try to interact with them.
Yeah. And 11th one, conduct the EMS audit. So in this, the organization are required to conduct EMS audit to verify the EMS if they should be implemented or not. But in EMS audit, it conducted to meet the requirements of only ISO standard, which must be in the long term. There will be a senior management. They're playing a very crucial in carrying the documentation of EMS audits. And level 1, it's conducted management. So management review will be conducted periodically to review the EMS and suitability and effectiveness. And the final one includes the perform a final gap analysis. So it will help the organization to determine where they are ready for the registration audit or not. In other words, the results of the final gap analysis help organization decide whether or not to apply for the certification by the outside auditor.
Please repeat the last one. Please hold starting. Actually, this is the blueprint. Why you register to IISc because this is the blueprint and roadmap. You should know about it. And I will ask you from this. This is very important question. So I will ask you, please make me understand and please complete it. Yeah, this is the blueprint before registration. No, I'm asking you. Please repeat.
But can you not just pocket
No, no. We will ask you this question.
So the various steps which involved in the establishment of EMS is I think almost 13 various steps are there. So first one is the obtaining management commitment. So here the senior management will play a major role for the commitment of playing an active visible role in the EMS implementation. So the senior management will be having they will provide the funds and allocating resource. So for the and he will make aware all the employees should need to know about the EMS standards. So it is viewed as a tool to achieve the continuous environmental improvement. And as we know, the EMS it always continually improving. And next one is the review current environmental programs. So once the management commitment is secured, the preliminary step including the review of the organization current environmental programs and the management system. So usually in this process, it includes the reviewing existing environmental management policies, which operating procedures and training programs as well. Next, in third, it includes the conducting gap analysis. So, the organization should need to evaluate until what extent the procedures conform to the ISO 14001. So, for that, gap organization would need to compare the existing procedures. So, which will include the environmental policy and plan, implementation and operation, checking on corrective action, management review, and continuous improvement. Fourth one is identify environmental aspects. So in that ISO 14001 also refers to one of the impacts. So usually impacts are the actual or potential changes of the environment resulting from any of the environmental aspects. And fifth one, identify significant aspects. So this will help us to understand whether the organization have some control or influence. So determining the aspects, a judgment of severity of the impact caused by the accident and the frequency of the occurrence. So before the team arrives, a fair list of significant, we can list on a significant environmental aspects. Next one, decide the environmental policy. So it will involve with an appropriate policy which will meet the requirements of the standards. So this document must include the commitments towards the legal requirements, pollution prevention, and the continuous improvement. And this process help with the forming the policy statements. And seventh one, identify environmental management programs. So EMP, which is all considered as the project or plan action to achieve objectives and the targets. So in this stage, There will be having the methodology of the objectives and the steps involved. The person who is responsible for the implementing these steps, there will be having a time frame for the implementation, which means secure, etc. should be noted. Identify training needs for personnel to work affect the environment. So in this one, it is very essential to identify the training needs of the personnel by comparing the present competence with the requirement competence. So the organization are expected to have a training needs, training plans, training modules and training records. So it will help to check the effectiveness of the training. And on 9, establish communication system. So proper communication channels which impress the communication channels are imperative to impress the employees as well as the external internal parties, so they can able to understand these things. So communication play a major role in this. And even create a proper documentation. So EMS documentation reflects the interaction among the core elements of system which provide the information necessary to understand the environmental management system in the place of all the organization. So it will be useful for the new employees as well as the third party auditors also. And it's conduct the EMS audits. We are conducting the EMS audit to verify the EMS implementation. The EMS audit conducted needed to meet the requirements of ISO standard, which must use in a long term. There will be a senior management who will be playing a crucial role for the documenting the EMS audits. Next one, the conduct management review. The management will review periodically the EMS to evaluate the sustainability and the effectiveness. And the final one, which includes the performance final gap analysis. It will help the organization to determine whether they are ready for the registration or not. In other words, the result of the final gap analysis helps in almost to decide whether they are not to upgrade the certification by outside auditors.
Steps on steps. Before registration, it is very important. That is why I am asking. Okay, sir. Sir, ma'am described about various steps involved. That is preparation of environmental management, the EMS. So first was the obtaining the management commitment, whereas the senior among the company is held responsible for obtaining the commitment where it's a visible role. So next is the reviewing the current program, where is what EMS the currently the system holds. And next is the conduct of the gap analysis, where we can review what all the what are problems are present currently, and thereby we can analyze it. Later is the environmental aspects, wherein the impact and the aspects and the impact are being analyzed. Later the significant aspects are taken into consideration with the help of expertise. So later we can decide the environmental policy, what could be there, what could be implemented. Later we can identify the environmental management programs or the EMPs to achieve the objectives and the targets. So later we depends the identification of training, whether where they are sufficiently trained or there is any requirement of training for the people personnel present there. So later is the establishment of communication system, wherein the proper communication channels are being there to impress the employees regarding the EMS. Later is the proper documentation of all the policies which have been set apart. So later is the conduct of EMS audit, wherein there is a rechecking of the same system whether it's proper or not. Later is the conduct of the management review, And final is the gap, performing the gap analysis before applying for the registration of the EMS. Thank you, sir.
So my question is, and anyone can answer this, like, is there any separate audit for IT companies? This ISO is anything, like any services is not specified here.
See, sir, it is very general. It is applicable to all. See, why I am asking this question before registration is, if you understand very carefully what you have mentioned, that before we conduct, like before registration, we have to like we have to mentor the trainer, like training, like what is our current scenario in the, like if you are asking about IT sector. IT sector, so what is going on? First we have to see, then according to we go for a policy, then we conduct a gap analysis. Like it's a very general guideline.
There was no specific any service ISO, that's why I asked the question, because here when they are saying that training, so it's training the audit team within or any this thing, because most of the IT company follow something different like ISN. So that's what my question is there any specific ISO standard for services which delivers software as a service?
Software as a service, I know, but here we are restricting ourselves to environment aspect. And also we talk about native and informative. We talk about there is one ISO 14001 which is applicable to us. And ISO is actually designed in a way that it is industry, industry specific, right? Any industry can enter. Then you have standards which are listed specifically for things like life cycle assessment. You also have it for EMS and so on and so forth. So there are different aspects for which I think they can apply, but more or less ISO is applicable to every sector that you can think of. These are the standards.
And I tell you, sir, one thing. I have watched one video, like in IT sector, you know about chat GPT, artificial intelligence. So we have to train the model. Okay. So there is a requirement to reduce the carbon footprint. Okay, that is why it is mandatory to reduce the carbon footprint. And one of my friends is working in Microsoft. So what they are doing is that they are reducing the carbon footprint in like related to data, related to like they are like in IT sector there are a lot of they want to reduce the energy, like improve the energy efficiency. So this is like, see, if you want to ask in special domain, so we have to find our niche according to this.
So they don't train the employees, most of them. They do check the environmental impact of the servers if they are, emitting excess this thing, carbon, but they don't do anything. So I have not heard. They do most of the auditing for the customer satisfaction level. And then most I have not seen.
I'm not sure about that.
Very interesting question. We can come back to this and we can have a discussion, right? But for the purpose, let's move on. Do we have any other questions? Yes.
In IT, the software is separate. Industry per se follows the same thing. But if you are talking about software, then ISO 27000, there is something of that sort. Okay? I'm audible to everyone? Yes, sir. Because of the energy.
I'm a bit confused now. Yesterday we discussed about management auditing, right? So today we have system, plan, program, and manual. So all five, incorporate management. So how they are different? Can you please elaborate?
Can you ask I couldn't understand the question. Can you
So the question is how we will differentiate between the management auditing, manual, management plan, management program.
See, there is another term I also added, environment target. See, while we go for registration, we have to decide the environment going on with the compliance.
Yeah, and the manual part.
Manual part is it's just like a register, which is no mention here, but it's a register where you mention everything what is going on, like according to your equipment, it is 100% efficient or not. Like there is any.
And the planning part, management plan and programs, right? How they are different.
See, you have heard PDCA cycle, okay? Before planning, we have to look for a policy. According to policy, we have to plan. See, I give you an example. Let's see, if you are
Is the policy will come after auditing or before auditing?
before auditing, let me tell you one thing. See, if you are looking for a planning, we first for both, like if you want to start in mining industry, we have to see the compliance. Is that possible to go for? We have the capacity for a mining. We cannot exceed that capacity. This is the critical capacity. So according to this, we have to make a plan. I'm sure you will.
We already have carrying capacity, right? So based on that, we can plan.
Yeah.
We can check and we can act. So auditing will come later on, right? So madam talked about management manual. So what is that manual actually?
In the company's environmental manual. Yes, just but it's a manual. So how the like
Okay, let me try and answer this. Okay. So EMS is a tool. Okay. So for understanding what is the performance level of the organization, they created themselves in a way. Okay. Now when you were talking about, so there were so many questions that you asked, but this is one of the key things that you have to remember when we talk about EMS manual. Manual here means how do you operate it? What are the things that are in it? Why are we doing this? What is the process? What kind of information would come out of using this? When that information comes, what are we going to do with it? All of that is constituted in a manual. So auditing, all of these processes are not linear. It is not that one after another something is coming. For example, you come.
Actually, the manual is developed for the benefit of the organization, so that if you join as a new fellow, you are given the manual so saying that what are the norms to be followed. Okay, so it is not necessarily before other thing. The institutions will have a policy. Based on the policy, they get the certification and they develop the manual also to say that what is to be followed or like that. So for example, this room, when I have to use, what should be the condition? I stipulate that, okay? I put it in my thing, that's the manual. The next time they just look at what is my requirement and they make sure that those are available.
And then you talked about the environment planning, right? So when you have a plan in place, you also have targets around it. How are you going to measure that you have whatever work that you're putting in operationally is meeting the required agenda? So based on that, you set your targets. Now you measure those targets when it comes to monitoring. Yeah.
after the implementation, we'll go for the final, which is registration. So organizations are registered by the outside auditors, we have called them as the registrars, will meet the ISO 14001 standard. So this registration can be for a specific site, several sites, or the entire organization. So the registration process involving the following steps. First, establishing the scope of the registration. So what will be the scope for registration? And it can be done internally with the help of an outside auditors. Next, applying for the registration. It would be in a written application to the registration body. And next, reviewing the documents about the organization EMS and submitting them to the registration body. So outside auditors perform the full assessment. Once getting the grant of the registration by the certification body is based on the auditor's findings. Then after we will receive either approval or disapproval. So if we get approval, we will receive a certification as a proof of registration and getting listed in the certification register. Then maintaining the registration through ongoing activities including the monitoring and measuring of the EMS, investigating and handling non-conformances, implementing corrective and preventive actions, maintaining environmental record and maintaining the ISO 14000 audit program. So in this, ISO does not assess or audit environmental management system to confirm that they conform ISO 14001. ISO does not issue ISO 1400 certificates, and ISO does not carry out ISO 1400 certificates. The ISO logo is a registered trademark, and ISO does not authorize its use in connection with ISO 1400 certification or registration. So in ISO 1400, it is not a label signifying a green environmental friendly product. So no product label, advertisement or other promotional material should give the impression that the product is ISO 14001 certified or ISO 14001 registered. Next we will go for the final part, benefits of implementing of ISO 14001 and Indian scenario. So this was quoted based on the report of CIA, the Confederation of Indian Industries, the leading agency of ISO 40,000 in India. By 2001, over 350 organizations had implemented EMS conforming to ISO 14001. So it includes first one, environmental benefits. So it includes identification of the new opportunities of environment, and it will improve the resource conservation, and it will minimize the waste. It will reduce the waste minimization. And second one, cost containment and cost saving. So it includes identification of new opportunities of cost saving and areas of the improvement. And third, regulatory compliance. It includes risk reduction and lower rate of regulatory enforcement. And fourth, competitiveness. It includes an increase in market share and a decrease in cost of production. And fifth, international trade. This includes an increase in export-related business opportunities. And last one, greening the supplies. This includes opportunity for greening the supply chain. So moving to the case study, so I took Toyota Motor Corporation, which comes under ISO 1401 implementation. So the background, the Toyota Motor Corporation is a global leader in the automotive industry, known for its commitment to sustainability, to enhance environmental performance and comply with the regulatory requirements. So Toyota implemented the ISO 14001 standard, which is a part of 14,000 family of the EMS standards that we already learned before. And the key objectives include reduce environmental impact from manufacturing and vehicle use, minimize waste generation and increase resource efficiency, and establish a framework for the continuous environmental impact. The implementation steps include commitment from leadership. So Toyota's top management pledged to integrate environmental goals into the company's core strategy. And in gap analysis, there will be an internal audit. They identify the areas of improvement such as energy efficiency, waste management, and emission controls. So EMS framework development, which includes the policies, were established to align with ISO 14001 requirements. Environmental objectives and targets were defined, including a 20% reduction in CO2 emissions by 2025. And employee engagement. The training programs were conducted to raise the awareness and encourage participation in achieving the environmental goals. The operation changes involves energy efficient technologies were adopted in production lines, waste recycling programs were expanded, water conservation measures were introduced in the manufacturing process. In monitoring and auditing, continuous monitoring systems were implemented to track environmental performance, external audit to ensure compliance with the ISO 14001 standards. So the outcomes are reduced CO2 emission across the production facilities, decreased waste sent to the landfills by 95% through recycling, and improved energy efficiency leading to the significant cost savings. So challenges we faced initial resistance to change among some employees, high upfront cost of implementing new technologies. And the lessons learned, strong leadership is the crucial for the successful adoption of EMS. Employee involvement ensures the sustainability of EMS initiatives, and continuous monitoring and external validation strengthen the accountability. To sum up, EMS standard help organization to establish a structural process of continuous environmental improvements that are monitored, measured, and reported. So EMS standards such as ISO 14001 play a crucial role in the promoting sustainable business practices by providing a structured framework for organization to identify, manage, and reduce their environmental impacts. These standards help balance economic growth with environmentally responsibility.
Can anyone summarize the last part? Any volunteers?
What is the statutory body which inspects these environmental management standards? The statutory body of the government must inspect to make sure the standards are maintained as per the environmental management. Who controls this one? Who manages?
You have to give the mic, huh? Where is the mic?
You understand what I said? You follow me? What is the statutory body, government body, which is responsible for managing this environmental management standards? So, for example, you gave the Toyota example. If Toyota manufacturers say would not keep the emission standards, carbon dioxide or whatever the exhaust, who inspects those? There must be a government authority. Is it the pollution control board?
If it's concerned about the emissions, CO2 emissions, CPCB may play.
To your knowledge, have you come across any callbacks because they did not maintain the environmental standards? See, if the Toyota or any manufacturer puts a product which is defective, not meet the EMS standards, the statutory body which is responsible will announce that they have to be called back to fix, meet the standards.
That I agree. For public sector, we would put a PIL, but I don't really know how, what is it that we do.
So as such there is no direct control because it is voluntary. So it will get caught because as you said that there is a pollution control board and there is a traffic police who is also checking the POS pollution certificate which we do. No, if a car don't maintain that certificate, there is a system. I think how effective I don't know, but it will get highlighted that that particular system is not working. At the same time, if you see the data that 2001 CIA only 350 people company has done environmental certifications. So it will be interesting to see another 10 years, say 2020, 22 or 2024 till date, how many companies have actually done this environmental certification, because this is very, 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 very low, because I think more than 1 crore companies are there. So again, that is the thing, that it is not the callback which is happening. So I think, sir,
Actually, there is an inbuilt mechanism. The regularly you are not getting it, the ISO certification which is permanent. It is renewed. There is a time bound thing. And for renewal, you are supposed to give all the documents, including the audit report, which you submitted to the Pollution Control Board. The technical committee of the Pollution Control Board, their comment also has to be given. Only after that, there are instances, cancellations have happened in the industries. Yes. Because of non-compliance. Okay.
Yeah, Nissan and three of the cars, Volkswagen, they have been cancelled.
So it is the Pollution Control Board technical committee that
yes.
matters.
And also I think because of this ESG, this is again now been captured in the financial system, audit system. And for example, PricewaterhouseCoopers, if is going for a particular company or financial auditing, that now control the include the ESG standards and norms. So now it is once they are doing the signature, so there is in a way it is being affected. So it is being captured.
Quick, because of the environmental standards being different in different countries, also safety standards are also different in different countries. For example, the vehicle that is manufactured in New York, they cannot sell it in Los Angeles because Los Angeles has a different environmental standards. Similarly, any manufacturer, Toyota, for example, want to manufacture cars here because the labor is cheap. But the environmental standards, if they manufacture them according to Indian municipal, they may not be able to sell it in another country which has much stricter standards. But they will be able to sell it where the standards are not probably as stringent as well.
Thank you.
Sir, I remember one
Now you invite
sorry, one clarification. Yeah, I just now recall we have this RF stage 6 now, which is now taking care of the the emissions. It's RF 6 stage, so every car has to be compliant to that. So every engine, whatever combustion ICE, now the EVs, they have a total different operation. So if you are ICE or you are a diesel manufacturer, so you have to be compliant to Bharat stage 6. Bharat stage 7 is already there drafted, but it is so stringent that it will change impact a lot. So they are not bringing it right now. So there is a control is there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And it was a very interesting conversation. Thank you, Kaveri. And now I invite Anuma for his session. All the best.
where do you work, Anupam? Where do you work?
I work in IISC so now I'm planning to work for that.
Sometimes I see you with a mobile in your hand. So that's where I'm thinking. Though I said that mobile is not allowed in the room.
Good morning everyone. So today morning sir asked a simple question: why we celebrate birthdays, right? Let's have some reflections here with the permission. So how many of you celebrate birthdays? Can you raise hands? It's not. I think increase the volume.
Is it fine?
You borrow vocal chart from
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
So today morning, sir asked a simple question: why we celebrate birthdays? So I'll ask everyone: how many of you celebrate birthdays? Can you raise hands? Okay, Shavani, Karan, Major sir. What about engineer sir?
I don't celebrate. If somebody wish me, then I will write thank you.
Yeah. So is there any policy behind this that we should celebrate birthdays?
It's good to celebrate.
Okay, it's good to celebrate. So human behavior, it's good to celebrate. So we will organize a party. We'll invite everyone. So they will also come with some gifts and all, right? They will give you incentives for organizing the party. You got my point. And then later they will also invite you for their birthday. This is actually a human behavior. You are trying to change them. Are you getting my point? Is this a policy or a law? See, laws are there to, human conduct. So how we behave in a society. On your birthday, if you go and destroy public properties, right, they will put you in jail. Am I right or wrong? So laws are there to, maintain human conduct. So we will discuss the policy and legal aspects when we maintain the environment. Okay. And what is policy? Once again, a course or principle of action adopted by an individual. So I can also make a policy. You can also make a policy, right? Later on, a policy is a system of principle to guide decision and achieve rational outcomes. So can any one of you tell me what is rational outcome? We know positive outcome, negative outcome, and what about rational outcome now? How it is different from positive and negative?
Realistic.
Realistic, okay. Anyone else?
Considers what's wrong and right.
It is positive, negative, right? Positive outcome, success and all, right? Negative outcome, you are failure. So what is rational outcome? You are not successful, you are not a failure, you are in between, somewhere. Am I right?
We have marks, for example, in examination.
Yeah, so today we have an exam, right? So even if you don't know the answer, you write something. That is a rational answer.
That's why I don't celebrate.
It should make sense that then
Yeah.
it will be
don't
rational.
know the answer, write something.
So I need to say something about the question. It's a very good question, which could have been changed to something else actually, write an answer. You can write like that. So we'll understand that you are not aware of this thing, but you are trying your best level.
I give negative marks for that. If they take your advice seriously.
So policy we can change. That is what I am telling you. Whatever policy we have, it is in our own hands. We can change it slightly, okay, for our own benefits to produce the rational outcome. Let us go ahead. Types of policy. Don't be scared. Public policy. We have a corporate policy. Industries, IT industries, corporate policy. Financial policy. How much to invest? How much you can, invest in stock markets and all. Social policy, how to behave in society. Environmental policy, how to conserve the environment. Okay. Then we have the health policy, educational policy, NEP 2020, if you know. So now we have this course for us, right? Because of NEP. Yes or no? Before also we were having, but now NEP has given some extra advantage to the institutes to organize these kind of things, to aware the people about the education programs related to environment and all, right? NEP has a mixed curriculum. Wherever you are, you can do online courses also. These are all policies actually. Then we have foreign policy. So you can visit Thailand without visa. They will give you visa on arrival, right? That is their foreign policy. Then we have monetary policy, cyber security again, IT industry, how to use internet use, secure way, and don't share the data anywhere else. Password you can share. Like some company has a policy, even if you know the fast we cannot access their sites, right? That is more ethical usage of internet actually. You will see in Google and all, where you will see the ID card without name and all. Only one code will be there. So, labor policy and disaster policy. So, I'll ask you one simple question now. Environmental policy, can anyone describe in one simple words? One single sentence. Like I have written also here, policy governing education system, natural resources, protect the ecosystem, promote sustainability. Right? Three aspects. So regulations. So is it right? Any comment on this? Yes, Shavani?
So I can say environmental policies are like guiding action plans that just generally explain how you can sort of conserve or protect the environment.
I have written here regulations for managing natural resources, protecting ecosystem, promoting sustainability. Is it right?
They are not regulations, I feel.
No, policy can be a regulation.
I mean,
there are regulation-based instruments to make policies, right?
Yeah.
You have to limit your emission up to this level, CO2 emission and annual
I
emission.
feel policies can become regulations
Later on.
through a regulatory authority approving them to become a regulation.
So this is true actually. We can have legislation before policy also.
Okay.
Okay. Let us go ahead. So now the relation between economics and the environment policy, and if you see this, we talked about cost benefit analysis and scaling weighing techniques, right? So these are all economical concepts we use to frame policies. Okay, I have given an example of carbon tax here. Can anyone tell me if you buy EV, what will happen about the carbon tax? Do you have any tax if you buy an EV? You have a subsidy, right? What is that subsidy? It's a part of policy. You got my point? It's a part of policy. In spite of giving extra money, we are giving you a subsidy or incentives to buy the electric vehicle. Yeah. So to save the environment actually. In turn, what will happen if you buy EV? CO2 emission will be lesser. Okay. So now the trade-off. Trade-off between what? So economic benefit and long-term goals. So trade-off are always between short-term goals and long-term goals. Okay, you have something to achieve within next 1 month and also in the next 1 year. So how you will form the policy so that you will achieve both the target. You got my point? A trade-off. So we require. So we do have incentive for green revolution, subsidies for solar panel installation, tax credits for electric vehicle, global cooperation, Paris Agreement, I think all you know. Environmental justice that provide support to the communities impacted by climate change. So if climate change is happening, some people are getting affected, so government will give some incentive to them. Like that is not correct actually. A gap in policy. So this is that. So industries and environmental policy. So types of industry that affect the policy include energy and utilities, agriculture and forestry, manufacturing industries, transportation, construction, real estate, chemical, pharmaceutical, fishing, agriculture, tourism, hospitality, technology and electronics, textile and fashion. So almost all kind of industries affect environment in some or the other ways. Do you agree with me? So, can anyone tell me how agriculture affect the environment? Yes,
agriculture actually impact on the environment based on using pesticides and fertilizers, because pesticides again it will dissipate into the ground and so natural water bodies. Same way fertilizers also, if you take like even Kaveri basins, the Manya and other areas, people are so using more fertilizers and it's finally run into the rivers and streams.
So we have many concepts.
Of course, if you take positive nature, actually, like green covering on earth, otherwise that area may be barren. Of course, finally this impact and continuous operation will so affects sequencing. But if you take negative impacts, these two aspects are main.
Thank you, sir. And textile fashion. Ganesh, would you like to add something on this? How textile industry can affect the environmental policy?
Like in yesterday I discussed how textile industry is affecting, because in textile industry after product formation there is lots of waste generation with respect to same product itself. So other than that, and due to the resource utilization, again there is like whatever the water they are using, dyeing and other activities, again they are creating, even the resources are getting like contaminated or lots of usage. So it's creating lots of
yeah, so if you remember about the LCA, right, raw material production, use and consumption, right, we have a feedback. So from disposal, we are coming back to the raw material. If you notice the first diagram, right, in the chapter. So we have the raw material. So raw material will have an effect on the policies. Also the use of raw material, how you are using it, how efficiently you are using it, right? So in a nutshell, all the industries affect environment in some or the other ways. You agree with me, right? You are with me, right? Okay. So now, as discussed, land use, the proper usage of land available to us in an effective manner, in a sustainable manner, will create a new and a good policy. So we have to be concerned about the pollution control, the subsidies and incentives, the biodiversity protection, sustainable agriculture, the consumer demand also. So these are all kind of things we have to keep in mind while forming the policy in relation to agriculture. Okay? So now the ecosystem. Can anyone define ecosystem here? What is the ecosystem definition, Aparna?
The coexistence of all the organisms.
Can you repeat?
The coexistence of all the organisms. So according to the chapter, to my understanding, it is the coexistence of all the organisms, the flow of energy and everything.
Okay, you said flow of energy, right? What kind of energy?
Energy.
Yeah, what kind of energy?
Energy is very general.
Energy flow, various types, right? It's a chemical energy, mechanical energy. What kind of energy?
In terms
in the
of
ecosystem.
the biomass energy, blood flow thing.
So right now we are in the environment, right? This is a classroom. We have solar energy coming from outside. We have individual energy, coming from inside. So this is flow of energy that we cannot see, but we can experience it, right? That's what I'm saying. So there are many things we have to include, like pollution, deforestation, habitat destruction, overfishing, as Aparna was saying yesterday, the bycatch, right? So can you tell me now how bycatch will affect the policy? So we don't have any policy regarding the bycatch, as we discussed yesterday, right? Yeah. The question is like how bycatch will affect the policy. If you want to make a policy tomorrow, right? So how bycatch will include in that? Other words, if I tell you, Aparna, please make a policy on bycatch, reduction.
Okay, so like measures you are asking, what kind of measures?
My question is very simple. Again, I will repeat for you. How to make a policy? Yeah, only bycatch, like nothing else.
Okay, so like to reduce the catch, like what
Yeah.
So like all the environment, unintended organisms that are getting into the fishnet, that you have to reduce. So that's why I make policy.
Okay. But the answer to this is we cannot form a policy by looking at one aspect. Even if you say you look on bycatch, we cannot form a policy. It's
No,
a
already there is a policy
Yeah.
pertaining to fishing regulation. It
See,
includes bycatch also.
Bycatch policy, then primarily
we have
only we can do some.
We have the coastal regulation zone
Let
notifications.
me correct. Fishing regulation talks about bycatch. There is a restriction on that.
Like reduce the space and all. Like we can
So for a particular fisheries or a company to do fishing, there is a quota. If you exceed that quota, there is a license you have to take, or maybe there is a freight. So then your company who is doing the fishing or the person concerned who is doing it will not do the bycatch. They will make sure because that quota will increase because they have the bycatch. Maybe it is useful for others. That's why that bycatch is in a way protected.
So the essence is like we cannot make a policy by taking only one point into consideration. We have to discuss, like we have to consider fish also, the net also, the person who is fishing also, the area also.
Sometimes it is not controlled so much.
Yeah, so we do have mathematics, economics, and then all these things coming into the picture, right?
Some doubt, no? No, there is a doubt.
Bycatch is not like we are actually doing now. So, like only we can do that whenever some bycatch we get, we can release it. That's the one policy sir mentioned.
That's
We can release
but there has to be incentive to release also. That's why there is a quota. So if you are taking more, so maybe that is being captured, so they will not do that bypass. And they will release also.
Actually, if you go to the coastal area, you will understand there are cooperatives and they have an understanding. They will not violate that because they know that will affect their productivity the next unless the migrant fisherman comes and encroaches the thing, this will continue. For addressing the migrant fishermen who follow the unethical practice, then the fishing, the restrictions, that route comes into so that local people can protest and then make sure that that fellow is held responsible for the violation of the law.
Thank you, sir. So coming back to the presentation now, please.
We'll do one thing. We'll take a break now. So they require more energy. So let us give them energy. So that
So before we leave, can anyone summarize what you have done up to now? Quick summary, whatever you can do. Ganesh, Shravani, so Alfonso talked about policy. First of all, he tried to define what policy is, and that's why we understood that policy is like an action plan which can also begin as a regulatory plan, but again it can be enacted as a law depending on the discretion of the regulating authority, but otherwise it's just an action plan that is officially implemented, whether it's in an organization or a social setting as well. And moving on, he described different types of policies under different sectors like health policy, financial policy, under which environmental policy is also one of them. And environmental policy deals with all the policies that have to do with conservation or protection of ecosystems and all of that. And then he started going sector-wise in industries as to how policies are affected by different industries. And he's right about how every industry actually affects policies. But in terms of this chapter, we're talking about a few of them, which includes agriculture, forestry, ecosystem, industrial, and maybe even energy sector. And so agricultural, like it's all the subsidies. Mostly, most of these sectors, you'll see a pattern where subsidies and incentives are being offered either to promote something very good or something that's having a little bit detrimental effects on the environment. Like if they are providing subsidies for excessive usage of fertilizers, that's not good, versus chemical fertilizers, and versus there should be like subsidies for conserving water in the agricultural field. So that's where policy changes can help. So similarly, ecosystem and environmental policy also, he mentioned that every aspect of ecosystem, whether it's an organism, biotic factors, abiotic factors, everything should be considered, and policies can be created in a very holistic approach without being biased to one element over the other.
this kind of policies, but they are done essentially to suit certain circumstances. You take the Paris Accord, net zero should be from 1.5 degrees rise to the net zero, because an environment, a policy mostly linked based on science, and when they completely ignore the economic side. Now we are faced with this problem. You probably know this COP recent meeting in Azerbaijan. Financial part of it, the estimated cost which the developed countries have to share with the developing countries is $3 trillion. They were able to raise only something like about 1/10 of that one. The economic shortfall is there completely. So these kind of policies are, the developing countries were not smart enough at the time in Paris to pin down the developed countries. The financial cost is fully destructive. So we will finance you. We will share the technology, but that never happened, because all has been. If you want to share technology, there is a cost. Similarly, you talked about the food and agricultural policy. Is directly linked with any climatic events, wars. Just to give you an example, Ukraine war now, the Ukraine produces almost 30% of the food, and it's essentially the entire African because of the war, the food distribution has been completely hampered. So these policies are controlled by now, for example, the climate policy is gone down the drain with the Trump's election as the president.
I agree with you, sir. I totally agree with you, sir.
Okay. So I'll do a quick recap what we have discussed till now, and later Aparna will explain to us the flow of energy in ecosystem. Okay. So what is policy? Set of rules and regulation by an individual or ORG, and we have seen types of policies, and one of them is environmental policy. We have seen relation between economics and environmental policy, role of industries, role of agriculture, and the ecosystem. Okay. Yes, Aparna, flow of energy in ecosystem. Can you give the mic to him?
So initially, the first, the foremost form of energy we get is from the sun, which is absorbed by the plants in the form of photosynthesis. And for the plants are the heterotrophs. I mean, autotrophs, they can make their own food, obviously. And then we consume plants as a primary consumers. Herbivores consume plants, and some herbivores we consume them. And this is how energy is being stored, category wise. And then at last, the decomposers, they decompose, I mean, break down the entire organic matter, and the energy go back to the environment in a different form, and it circulates in the cycle.
So you discussed about circulation, right? So is there any effect of wind speed on circulation of energy?
Wind is another form of energy.
Okay. Any effect on the ecosystem by wind? Do we have an effect on ecosystem by wind energy? I'm asking.
Wind energy?
Yeah.
It might have an effect depending upon the scenario.
It has an effect.
It depends.
So shall I ask again later on, okay, after this, to you? Think about this. So we have different kind of instruments now, regulatory instruments. So where we regulate the emission standards, and the market-based instruments. So we give the incentives for green practices, voluntary agreement. For example, we educate the people about the ecosystem and the environment and how to protect it. We give the subsidies and incentives. We also have tax and fees, trading system, and ecosystem services payments. So like we can give financial incentive for maintaining the ecosystem actually. Okay. So these are the instruments we will be using to frame the policy. Now comparative analysis. So if you see the cost efficiency, so we do have a regulatory instrument which are very costly. Okay. Then the market based, they can be cost effective. And what about the information based? It's a low cost approach through which we can educate the people, and then they will, conserve the nature. So which one you will prefer? Yeah. So Karthik is saying regulatory based, Sir is saying information based, and what about the market based? Just see the next point, the flexibility, which has the highest flexibility. No, market based also has a high flexibility.
Market based, information based, yes, because there is no regulation, but so information based is only voluntary.
So here we have to think if flexibility is there. So do regulation play a part in flexibility? Are we?
No, actually, once people educated, then so regulators may not play major role. But only so when environmental education is not that level, then of course regulatory instruments are must.
So now in India, I think all of you have seen this in the chapter 2. Abhikambar Pant, he was a writer, he was a civil service officer, he was the head of planning division in the Planning Commission of India. He awarded Padma Bhushan in 1973. Okay, and he presented three reports about India. The report on India's position on nuclear disarmament, India's economic development, and India's stand on peace, security, and global governance. So these three reports, Pitambar Pant has presented in the UN, and also co-authored a report on statistical system, which became CSO later on. So if you see the reference article here by Vidyanathan, Vidambar Pant and Healthy Station, which came in 1973 in Economic and Political Weekly magazine. Okay, so that time he has written 3 reports about India. So 1973 and now 2024. Can you see the difference? Like all of you can correlate to this. Like planning division head is doing the presentation in UN about India, how India can contribute to governance, the social peace, security, and the development. Can you comment on this? About his views about India? That point of time, 1973. Just any thoughts? Is that no? It's about social governance. No. Okay. So then, if we see government of India, they adopted the NCS in 1990. So 1973 to 1990. Something happened in between, and 1990 they adopted NCS. The objective was to promote sustainable development and biodiversity conservation, and then integration and development, protected areas like national park extension, wildlife sanctuaries, and also biosphere reserve. So this happened in 1990. They tried to protect the environment. Later 1992, we had a Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, and the UNCED conference held during June 1992. So it brought together scientists, political leaders. It is very difficult to bring political leaders. Okay, so the government bodies will come, but if you bring the political leader also, they will understand the situation effectively, and they will do their work accordingly. So diplomat, media representative, and all from 179 countries. So that kind of summit always have a agenda to discuss, and we got Agenda 21 as a result of UNCED 1992. I hope you know about Agenda 21. Yes, Magnum, can you explain?
Yeah, we all do. It was, I can't say it, but there was a set of rules and regulations that were proposed, and we also adhered to it. We, as in the group of countries that represented, this was held in June, and that's from where it was adopted. Before we move on, I was thinking that why don't you explain what do you exactly mean by environment policies and programs? How are they different, and where do they intersect?
Yeah,
so that everyone can understand the correlation.
So I'll present a case study, and there I'll explain once again. Okay.
21, if you ask me whether it's equal to sustainability development.
Fine, we'll go ahead and so in India we got Forest Conservation Act in 1980. Then we got forest management and rehabilitation programs. How to protect the forest area for another use we cannot use. Like the state government has to take permission from the central government to use the forest area for any development activities. That was included in this act. It came in 1988, the forest policy. So now you see, the act came in 1980 and the policy came in 1988. Right? So act came before the policy. And I think you were discussing right, act should come after policy. Is it clear? No, like Aparna Haridas was saying like, so we got the act before policy here. You got my points? Like policy can be later on. It can be before, like there is no rule regarding that. We can have regulation before the policy also. Yeah. So now we got the National Afforestation Program, and it also aimed to increase the community involvement, generate livelihood for local population through afforestation and agroforestry activities. And in 1992, we initiated Project Elephant to protect the elephants 1973 to protect the tigers and the biospheres. So now the NGO movement, we had a Chipko movement in 1973 and Center for Science and Environment in New Delhi in 1980. Then we have the Society for Wildlife Protection, 1994. Then TEI in New Delhi, 1974. Then we have Narmada Bachao Andolan in 1985 and the support group in 1996. So now the environmental law. Aparna, are you ready? Yeah.
So what I guess is that you might be thinking about how wind is affecting the rainfall pattern.
How it is affecting the ecosystem actually.
So yeah, rain is part of the ecosystem obviously because of its able to influence the biotic and abiotic factors in the ecosystem.
Okay.
So wind energy basically, wind is basically one of the drivers of the rainfall pattern in the ecosystem. So if we misuse wind energy or if we manipulate wind energy, there is a probability that the rainfall pattern and the humidity and moisture also will get an influence very soon.
But can we manipulate wind energy?
We are using windmills, right?
Yeah, that is not a manipulation, right? We are consuming them. We are using
No,
them in a
the
better way.
windmills, right? When they function, they actually mislead the way the wind moves or something. There is a huge theory on it which I'm not entirely sure, but there are possibility that these windmills are actually affecting the wind currents, something like that.
No, no, not like that actually. We have a particular wind direction from north to south maybe. So
Yeah.
windmill will blow in the same direction actually. And it will get the energy. It's not an obstruction to the wind energy at all. So Tarun can add to this if you want.
Mills are operated in such a way that they operate in the mode of the wind blow, the direction in which the wind is blown. Automatically, not automatically, manually, the windmill is being adjusted in such a way that it is not in the opposite direction or in such a way that it interrupts the wind direction. It is adjusted in such a way that the maximum efficiency can be obtained from the wind blow. So it is adjusted. It's not fixed or permanently fixed in one direction. It is being adjusted accordingly. So I don't think, yeah. So maybe some other, I'm not sure of this.
So I'll add to this. So we have two kind of wind turbine, horizontal axis and vertical axis actually. So once we don't know about the wind direction, we will go for vertical axis. That's not an issue actually. Okay. So the law, rules and regulation governing human conduct again. If you want to celebrate birthday, you celebrate, no issues. But under the rules and regulation, right? You cannot do something unwanted like destroying the public properties and all in Goa and drinking and all. That is not allowed actually. So we have laws in place to govern the human conduct and it includes the regulation of resource use, how to use the resources in an effective manner, protect the environment and biodiversity. Okay. So now principle of international environmental law. So global attempt to control the degradation of environment, 1972 again. The UN Conference on Human Environment. Then we have a UN Conference on Environment and Development. So many laws which include the polluter pay principle, PPP. So how many of you know about PPP principle? It came after a case in Supreme Court actually. It was a judgment by the Supreme Court lawyers that you have to pay because you polluted the environment actually. It's not a simple book, case study. Do you know that? So polluter pay principle we have from the Supreme Court. Then we have principle of non-discrimination. If you pollute environment in Andhra, it is same if you pollute environment in Karnataka. We will not treat you differently. Okay. And then we have the precautionary aspects. Then we have common differentiated responsibilities and the principle of intergenerational equity. Now, if we go ahead, we'll see the international institutions, UNE, you all know, FAO, WMO, again regarding the wind energy, IAEA, and IBRD, and the World Bank. Okay? So these are the crucial entities we have, and the treaties. So MARPOL for the conservation of ocean, EC Convention 1979, 1982 UN clause, 1985, then we have Helsinki Convention, 1991 Convention on Climate Change, 1992. Now, what is the objective of legislation? So first
first is preserve, protect and improve quality of environment. Okay, first you preserve, protect and then improve the quality. Later on we protect the human health. So if you protect the environment, right, pollution will not be there, you will not live, your lungs will be in a proper condition, you will not pay the bill in the hospitals, right? And we have to promote the major at international level and utilizing the resources in a rational way again. So what is rational way? Yes, Indra, sir. Can you explain?
Whether it can be followed or not. It should not be very irrational that one cannot follow it. So it has to be in a rational way so that we can implement on a day-to-day life.
We do have a natural capital with us, right? We have the forest, we have the rivers, we have the free resources available. So we do have the carrying capacity. So after that also the rational way is there. So how can you differentiate between the two?
So we already talked about intergenerational equity.
Okay.
We talked about what are the resources are used in a way that they also provide for the needs of today, but also for the needs of tomorrow.
Okay.
So in that way we are being rational. And rational, say we talk about the time, place and context. So if the time, place and context is in line with your action, then we utilize the resources.
Because we will utilize everyone. You cannot escape without utilizing natural resource. But there has to be a bare minimum aspect of carrying capacity that is the rational.
So we do have the concept of carrying capacity. Please see that. And the legislation in India, IISC, Criminal Procedure Code, we have Indian Motor Vehicle Code, Factories Act, Industries Act, Mines and Mineral Act, Forest Act, Merchant Shipping Act. So these legislations are in place in India. So we'll go ahead with the case study now. Again, maybe after this. So we do have the article, 47. TPSP, Directive Principle of State Policy. So where the state government has to protect the environment, they are they can put the restriction on the polluting industries. We do have Article 253, in which the union government can impose any law in any part of India. It can be any territory. Okay. So that is the power of constitution here. So union government initiatives we can see 1962 and. The last, the plan EMP 1994 we got. Okay. So Ministry of Environment and Forest came into existence in 1985. So 1982 we have the Forest Conservation Act, right? 85 we have the ministry coming into the picture. In 1986 we got the NEP. Am I right? Okay.
So you use a lot of words here. You talk about act, policy, program, plan, and again act, code, article. It would really help if you could just maybe differentiate between them or at least say that, what is the reference here?
Okay, so when we want to conserve the environment, right, so we will see the act first of all. In act we have the regulations. You need to follow the regulations accordingly. You cannot, go here and there and do something which is irresponsible way. You have to be in a certain code of conduct. That is, we have the act and the policy. You can play with the policy. For example, this policy we will discuss air pollution in Delhi, and this is odd even scheme which came in 2016. So odd even scheme, who doesn't know, like if your number plate is having an odd number in the end, right? You can go out on the odd day of the month. You got my point? So we have dates, right? 1, 2, 3, till 30, 31. If your number plate is having 3 in the last digit, you can go out on odd number days. 3, 5, 7, 9. You cannot go out on even number dates in Delhi, especially. So this was a scheme, right? 41 scheme.
Yeah, this was a measure, not a scheme.
So the scheme, no, scheme, I'm talking about the scheme. Am I right about odd even? I'm asking.
You're absolutely on about the odd and even, and this actually came out of the, one of the measures that they used. But this was one of the measures to curb it. It was neither an act, neither a policy.
No, it was a policy, ma'am. I'll correct you later on. Okay. So Delhi's air quality deteriorated drastically during the winter. We all know that because we have the neighboring state Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, and obviously Uttar Pradesh also, Noida and Greater Noida. So the PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5, and PM 10 levels we usually check. And what happens according to WHO, the Delhi average, okay, I'm talking about the average annual, it is 143 microgram per cubic meter. And what is the recommendation? WHO says it should be, the limit is 10 microgram. Can you see the level average? I'm talking about the average, not the peak one. So now we have peak around 780, 790 going, right now. So you can see the pollution level in Delhi. If you land in Delhi airport, right, you can feel the pressure you're getting on the lungs actually. So the odd even scheme was introduced as an emergency policy measure. Okay, there was an emergency in 2016, and the pollution level was going drastically, bad. So this scheme came in 2016 to reduce the vehicular emission. We were not having CNG, electric vehicles at that point of time, right? So mathematics, let us see, during the implementation period, January 1st to 15, 2016, the traffic volume were observed to drop by 30-50%. You got my point? Because you can only go out during the odd, even scheme. You have to follow that. This directly correlates to proportional reduction in vehicle related emissions because vehicles were less on the roads, so we got less emission from the vehicles, obviously. So now you see, assuming a baseline of 28% contribution of vehicle to overall PM 2.5 levels, a 50% relative reduction could theoretically reduce the PM 2.5 load from the vehicle to 14% of total PM 2.5. So what does it mean? 50% reduction of vehicles on the road can only reduce 14% PM 2.5 levels. Let us see. So suppose the Delhi's PM 2.5 baseline concentration was 500 microgram, severe category, okay? 14% reduction happened because of odd even scheme policy. Reduction in PM 2.5 concentration, only 70 microgram. Still we have, 430 micrograms, which is again bad. So is the policy effective? What do you feel? After this also, when you have 50% vehicles on the road, the level came down to only 14%, from 500 to 483. So which is not effective, right? So what can be done? The study is conducted by IIT Kanpur in Uttar Pradesh and the theory in New Delhi. So they commented that a 6 to 9% reduction in PM2.5 level on average, a temporary improvement in air quality index, okay, from severe to very poor. That's it. Very poor. During the early implementation days, not even after the policy. When you implement the policy, you will see a drastic change in the pollution level, right? Now, it happens, quickly rebounded after the policy, people find out the gaps actually. So now modeling compliance rates, approximately cars off-road per day, 2.43 million cars per day in Delhi, national capital New Delhi. Can you imagine that? How many people have to stay at home to use the public transport, to go by some other mode of transport to office, wherever they are going, right? They cannot use their car, though they can use the two-wheelers. Right, they can use two-wheelers, right? No one is having any problem in that. So now if you see the cost benefit analysis, like LCA, due to health impact and reduced labor productivity, 3% of DGB air pollution estimation, temporary measure, it saved around 200 to 300 crores of rupees. How? It's not a small amount, right? So how this happened? Because pollution level went down, we were having less amount of cases, respiratory cases. Okay, so we have a considerable amount of saving here in the healthcare domain. This is the government data actually from the IIT Kanpur. I am not saying that. So now
Just projected, yeah, these are not actuals.
No, I am saying from the data which I got from the report actually. So same I am
Testing, I'm saying how they have calculated it. Do you have any idea?
So that is what I am not from IIT Kanpur, right? I was not in the panel, I was not in the report committee also. I cannot comment on this part, but they have reported that they have saved this much amount of money by implementing the audio scheme, right? So now the key observation, effectiveness across pollutants. While this scheme reduced the vehicular NO2 emissions by 30-40%, okay? Secondary pollutants like ozone showed an increase due to complex atmospheric reactions. So we discussed about the flow of energy in the ecosystem, right? It was very crucial to this problem actually. We were having wind energy playing a major role here. Though the pollution level was reduced in Delhi, but the wind was blowing towards Delhi. You got my point? From the neighboring states. They were generating pollution, and the pollution was coming to the New Delhi because of wind energy, the flow of wind energy.
One concept.
Yeah.
We have some concept of thermal inversion.
Yeah.
That is why we are getting this problem. Due to thermal inversion in winter, like air move, from like hot to cold, like move from bottom to upward. But in the due to thermal inversion, it's move from top to bottom. That is why we are getting. I ask one question. Please go back. Please go. Well, good. Just one slide movement. How did you say that, like, assuming a baseline of 28%? So, I didn't get it. Like, there might be, how can we say that, it's just reduced, like, if you are using wood and even steam, like 50%, if you are, there are a lot of other factors. We cannot say that, due to stubble burning, due to stubble burning, and there are a lot of factors. I'm not recalling right now, but
So the answer to this is even if you assume a baseline of 10% maybe out of 100, like you have to use some mathematical input, right? So here they are using 28%. Based on that, they are calculating the part, how much reduction is there. Even if you take 10% also, reduction is not enough. We are going from severe to very poor only. The previous literature shows that the vehicular emission contribute to 30% of total emission in Delhi. So that's how they have taken 28% here. So any report they bring, right, they always see the literature from the good professors in IIT and IISC. So we saw the due to complex atmospheric reactions, this was not effective. Now the condition like low wind speed, temperature inversion during the scheme significantly impacted it. Okay. For instance, without significant wind dispersion, the pollution concentration remained high despite reduced emissions. You got my point here? Any doubt in this? So analysis from this number, only a 4 to 6% net improvement in overall AQI. After implementation of Audubon scheme, when 2.3 million cars were at home, you can only reduce 4 to 6% of AQI. Is it effective policy? Yes, Sanjay. No, right? What is it? Yes, right, yeah. So temporal trends, the PM 2.5 concentration returned to pre-scheme level within days. So they have conducted study from 1st to 15th of January. So after that, again they came into the same level. So natural transient nature actually. So now behavioral response, if you see, so many commuters they purchased a second-hand vehicle with even number plate. Okay, this happened actually, and they were relying on two-wheelers, and because the government has not increased the public transport, so there's a lot of congestion actually. So once you frame a policy right, you think about all the aspects like people will use the public transport, so you should increase them, right? But they are not doing that. So now Additional 1.8 million two-wheeler on the road during this scheme. Additionally, 1.8 million during this scheme. If you stop by car, we'll go by bike. No issues. Got my point? Now that it is public transport is trained, there was a surge in public transport by 30%, but the vehicles on the road were same actually. So the issues in data analysis will be where the change is right. It is difficult to attribute improvement to policy measures because things are not in control because we cannot control weather, right? So even if we have a scheme, we have a policy, the weather will play its role, and that we have to obviously see in the policy. So these are the references for my case study, the WHO report, Center for Science and Environment, and the IIT Kanpur comprehensive study on air pollution in Delhi, which came in 2015, and then TVRAMACHANDRA and the Economic Times 2016. And what is the way ahead now? I'll take a break here to understand your opinion on this scheme. Then we'll discuss all the way ahead here. Yeah. So, Detail sir, can you comment on this? Yes. What we could have done to frame the policy better?
Yeah, like you have already mentioned, you haven't asked the IIT Kanpur people about having any proper statics and the data. I can't comment like that because to be very generic, you have already completed all the aspects. Because to be very specific, I can't comment on the odd and even scheme. Although I would say that it was a way better because the air quality index changed from severe to very poor. There was the reduction. But at the end, the people have to suffer. So, if the people that negative impact, what they have faced and what problems they have faced, if we calculate their cost and the environment degradation cost, then it would be better.
Okay, any other comment?
So when you were talking about bycatch, you told us like many factors are included when we are considering bringing about a policy for that. So although we can't bring a policy just considering the bycatch. No? When we look at this PM 2.5 factor, without considering like increasing the public transportation or many other factors, how did they bring in this policy?
Yeah, so the answer to this is if you see the air pollution in Delhi now, right? So what is happening? They have not banned the patakas, firecrackers during the Diwali. Supreme Court has to tell the government to ban the firecrackers. Why? They don't know. There is a government body, right? They should do their work right properly. So see, bycatch we have discussed already. I'm not from Kerala. I'm not having any interest in fishing and all.
No, fishing not happens only in Kerala. No,
I'll tell you. All
around the coastal area.
I'll tell you the policy regarding the bycatch will only happen where fish are available, right? You agree with me or not? So this policy came because emissions were there, right? Vehicles were there. If vehicles are not there, this policy will not come.
No, but bycatch, what did you say? You told that without considering many aspects, we can't bring in a policy. So what I'm saying is for this traffic rule that they brought in, without considering different aspects, how did they bring this policy?
As I told previously, this is actually emergency policy. It was not a normal policy, okay?
And so immediate measure. You can go through the slides. While those activities discussion we have to finish one more two more presentations also. Another thing that is now the mood of the exam. So you please.
These exams are there to test your ability to handle the pressure. So if you take a pressure on exam, then
You can.
I also have to write exam, right?
Again that if I catch, then you have the doubt now. You all have the mobile phone with the internet now. You please check it once. Okay. Then now you can continue with the other
just a quick comment. So the way ahead is to, before making this, there's a term called ad hoc, this thing. So these are ad hoc measures, which is not sustainable in itself. That's why it isn't sustained. Because people will have their own minds to, buy the even part and all that. Fine, that can be done. I think way ahead is to step back, and there should be communication. Because ultimately, both the government is for the people, by the people. The people also should understand that if the government is taking measures, it is the benefit of them. So again, it goes back to sensitization. Again, it goes back to the literacy. Once the literacy comes down, then yes, then the government no need to do any ad hoc policies or this knee-jerk, all these schemes and all that. People will themselves will voluntarily will not use vehicles. That is the very ideal condition I'm talking about. So that is the way. Because otherwise there is no way. Because this vehicle is only 6% of total. What the whole private vehicle is only 6 to 7% in India. Now imagine it becomes another 2%. Imagine what will happen.
So I ask you, so the way ahead is you have to include some more mode of public transport before implementing such kind of policies. Think about the people who are using the vehicle every day, how they will go now. You cannot purchase within a day, right? It will take some time. So introduce electric vehicles, affordable fare policies, expand the public transit systems, and promote the electric vehicle, expand the charging infra, carpooling also, and non-motorized transport. We can install the pollution control tank, dust management at construction sites. We can switch to cleaner fuels and incentive for farmers for reducing the crop stubble burning, and bioenergy solutions as talked about yesterday. Regional collaborations we can do within the neighboring states. Urban planning, green space, we can develop green roofs, we can zone the laws, we increase the urban green cover, and we already have BS6 fuel. So all the buses in New Delhi now are either they are CNG or having BS6 compliance. So we can scrap the old vehicles. Periodic emission checks we can do. We can expand the monitoring network. We can forecast the routes and early warning system. I need to say we can initiate a behavioral change in people. Okay, citizen engagement with major. Yeah, I agree with you, sir. And then we can enforce the clean energy policies. We can ban the firecrackers, which was not happening in previous years. Strengthening penalties, like we have to include more amount of penalties. Collaborative efforts, regional cooperation, international cooperations. We can take help from the countries like Thailand, how they are managing in Bangkok. Innovative research we can include by combining the organ scheme. You can include more holistic approach to air pollution management. Right. Ensure the long-term benefit, not the short-term benefit. That is the entire goal of policy making. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Can anyone do a summary? Summary?
Shabani, can you do?
I think Shabani has done it quite a few times, but somebody else does.
So we started with this policy in the international level when it started. I'm forgetting the dates, I think 1967 or 69. Then we came to the Indian policy system when it started, and then there are so many different corrections has been done to come to the the stage which we have. Then we also spoke about why we need policies and what are the impacts of wind and the ecology, the energy movement you spoke about. Then you gave the example of which case study was there? Forgetting the Tata. No. Mention the case study.
we had planned a Bangalore air quality management system in collaboration with the Pollution Control Board, the Ministry of Environment, Indian Institute of Science, particularly atmospheric sciences, and I do not want to say too much about this one because it's always this stratospheric sleeping. The odd even proposal. It is at least 50 years old in many countries. It says measure at the time they go odd even. But there are a number of other measures have been introduced. For example, flexible working hours, ride share. You name it, you put a lot of them have been. So anyway, I don't want to go too much into the details of it. I think you already elaborated much of it. I just have one small question. Does India follow precautionary principle?
I would say no, because we have many states in India. It's a collaboration of states. That is Bharat actually. People are different in all parts of India. Some follow, some don't follow, some don't care, some cares. So we cannot generalize that India follows the principle. It's a no from my end. In Rajasthan, people don't follow. So I know about. I have seen them actually. So that is what my concluding remark is. Whatever policy we have to make sure that people are following the rules and regulations. They are understanding the essence of the policy. You know how and why they should follow the policy. If that is clear in their mind, they will automatically do what is required for the nation. Really. I hope you have got my point right.
Thank you, Anupam. It was wonderful. It was wonderful to hear you. And one of the key insights that you have given that even though the whole conversation of environment was started by people, right? There were individual people who got together, who motivated the nations, and nations got motivated, and eventually started, the whole policies came down to the regional level, to countries, and so on and so forth. And one of the key aspects is that we cannot do anything without people's participation, and that is one aspect that was missing here. And no, the thing is that we were talking about behavior change. Hold on. We were talking about behavior change. That is what has come out of the whole thing, that public awareness campaigns are a must. And it should be considered. And even at the time of taking a decision, public consultation needs to be kept in mind. Their convenience needs to be kept in mind, right? When we talk about that, that buses were not provided, so you are expecting people to make a behavior change without providing for the required measure, right? So if you have more buses only, then people would be convinced to take it. Otherwise, it is called an unintended consequence in the social sector, that whenever we design something, right, there are unintended consequences of it also, and we need to keep that in mind. Thank you very much. It was very, very encouraging. I would invite the next set of people. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move to the next presentation, chapter 1. So Indranil is the chair. So Aparna is the speaker. Aparna Haridas will become a chair. Huh? Aparna, RM and Shravani are the speakers.
regarding the same. So this chapter one particularly discussed, yeah, chapter one particularly discussed why is it necessary to look into the environment and all. So environmental management. So with increasing emissions and increased lot of biodiversity in the past years, due to the result of unplanned activities and anthropogenic activities, we face a lot of issues, and our lives depend on environment for everything. So the basic needs of human beings depend on environment, and to conserve environment is necessary. So in our day-to-day life today, so here I have shown the increased annual emissions from the late 18th century to now, and the loss of increased biodiversity in the Asian Pacific region. So, what is environmental management? Is the responsible use and protection of environment through conservation and sustainable practices, which we have so far looked into through planning, measures, policy, other actions, using the various tools and techniques. So, how are we going to manage environment? Is that we conserve natural resources, mitigate the environmental degradable actions, and maintain the ecosystem's quality. And environmental management is a concept that will go together with the regulations to minimize the impact and focus on sustainability. So, um, the definition and scope of environmental management so far is that to allocate resources accordingly, in such a way that it is used today and also left for tomorrow's use as well. And we should have an interdisciplinary approach for the same, and that is why we have so far discussed about various techniques. We spoke about policy, we spoke about science, engineering, and law, which is all focused on the future perspective. So the key characters we are going to discuss in this chapter is that the generic term of environmental management being applied in versatile applications. It supposed sustainable development in context to human impact, and the multidisciplinary approach it will have, which is integrating science, society, and everything. So we have discussed about environmental economics, tools, and the innovative technologies which are sound according to the environment and the society. And yeah, it again combining science, policy making, and planning for solutions for the future. So we are also accordingly going to speak about how to meet human needs, ensuring that long-term environmental stewardship is maintained, and we are going to balance the local and global impacts, addressing both opportunities and threats. So the ultimate goal of environment management is again is that to create a sustainable future where we have resources for today and as well as for tomorrow to live harmoniously alongside the environment. For the same, we are going to learn about the ecology, planning for the future, social development, and policy making. So the other four aspects of, four different aspects that we can use to manage the environment. And it again with the increased population and we have a lot of sorry we have increased population, and in the right now we have 8 billion people living in the world, and we have a need for a lot of resources to satisfy their basic needs, and with the estimation that the population will increase in the future and we need resource for the future as well, we need to plan accordingly for today's population and as well as the growing demand for sustainable development. So the different approaches to environmental management is an AIISC approach, which is an approach that will involve planning according to the situation, problem-solving approach, planning according to the problem, systems approach, planning according to the system, for example, an ecosystem like a desert or something like that, and a regional approach, which is planning according to the region, let's say a coastal zone or a forest, something like that. And a specialist discipline approach is that an approach specific to some sort of environment like water management or air quality management. And voluntary approach is an non-voluntary approach like the people from NGOs and all do. So the different tools that we've been using to manage environment is listed here, starting with environmental impact assessment, which we briefly discussed as a part of our third chapter, and then life cycle assessment, which is regarding to developing a product in context to the environment, which is briefly discussed in the sixth chapter by us, and then environmental management system, which we early in the morning discussed the context, like designing in context to the environment, green buildings and all comes under environmental design, which we briefly discussed in chapter 9, and environmental impact statement, which is also a part of environmental impact assessment, where we clearly document the impacts of a particular project or anything, and then briefly plan the mitigation measures. Risk assessment and management, and then environmental audit. So environmental audit is again a documentation based on the compliance of regulations, the detailed documentation that we follow in an organization to ensure the organization's approaches and activities follow and are in regulation with the environment.
Can anyone summarize what she talked about? So she started by talking about that, what exactly do we mean by environment management? So it is responsible use and protection of environment. We've also reduced degradation. It is an interdisciplinary approach where science, engineering, law, and social science, everything comes together. The focus is more on future. It is more on sustainability, that whatever we have today, we preserve it. And it is enough for the coming generations. And then she also talked about the four aspects, that is ecology, public policy making, planning, and social development. And then we moved on to talking about the approaches of environment management, which is ad hoc, systems approach, specialist approach, problem solving, regional and voluntary sector. And in the end, she briefly touched upon all the environment management tools that we've already studied through, which is environment impact assessment, EMS, your life cycle assessment, audit, environment design, and EIS, environment impact statement.
So next one is the concept of ecosystem, which we discussed in the last chapter as well. So ecosystem is something that the harmonious living of all the non-living and living organisms in the world. So we have abiotic factors and biotic factors living in the world. So abiotic include all the non-living things like air, water, and soil, and biotic factors living all the living organisms. So biotic components are broadly categorized into two different categories: autotrophs and heterotrophs. So autotrophs are the living organisms that can make their own food, and heterotrophs depend on autotrophs for their food and other needs. So autotrophs, for example, autotrophs we have plants, and for heterotrophs we have the other organisms. And heterotrophs are broadly categorized as primary, secondary, tertiary, and decomposers. So the flow of energy is broadly, categorized between these sectors. From the autotrophs to the decomposers, they flow in a cycle. So we have four main natural cycles in the ecosystems. So starting with water cycles, which deals with the precipitation of water, and it's returning back to the atmosphere to evaporation. So initially you have rain, and then atmospheric water fall down to the earth. It is divided into the surface and subsurface water, and then some of the water here is lost and then again evaporated before actually getting infiltrated into the groundwater. And then this groundwater is get absorbed by plant and then being consumed in various forms, and then they return back to the atmosphere for evaporation and transportation in plants. And then second is carbon cycle. So carbon cycle deals with the cycle of carbon from the atmosphere, and then it is consumed by us, plants and everything, and then it return back to the atmosphere again. So initially, the major thing that actually contribute to carbon cycle is the process of respiration by us and photosynthesis in plants. So we consume oxygen, and then we bring out carbon dioxide as a byproduct, and then this carbon dioxide is again consumed by plants, and then they provide out oxygen. And then the third is nitrogen cycle. So nitrogen cycle is actually one of the most complex cycles of this. So nitrogen from in the atmosphere exists in different forms: ammonia, NO2, and then they are consumed by plants as by various means, and in the last they are actually returned
after that explanation, how will people understand?
Nitrogen cycle, nitrogen.
Even carbon thing you didn't explain properly.
Carbon from the atmosphere, it actually exists in the atmosphere. We put out carbon as a byproduct, and then plants take them, and that is a usual cycle. Apart from that, we have carbon by means of forest fire and other natural factors as well. And then in recent days, we have anthropogenic activities like industrial functions. Industrial functions.
This is what you should have explained earlier. Now you.
So for carbon cycle, so naturally carbon cycles exist in a way that living organisms perform respirations. They consume oxygen, they give out carbon dioxide, and then this carbon dioxide is taken by the plants for their photosynthetic activity, and then it is converted back as oxygen. Apart from that, in the atmosphere, carbon exists as well by means of forest fire, volcanic eruption, and by other means as well. And in recent days, we have increased level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and this is as a result of industrial emissions and all. Apart from this, we also have this marine organisms like marine plants, algae, phytoplankton, or also suck carbon from the atmosphere and contribute to carbon cycle. Contribute to carbon cycle. Nitrogen, I'm able to understand it as a process that it exists in the atmosphere in the four different forms like nitrogen dioxide, nitric acid, and then ammonia. And then it is, we don't directly consume it. The plants initially take nitrogen, then it goes into the roots of the plant, and this nitrogen fixing bacteria, return back to the atmosphere in one way. And then second is the plants are being consumed by us, and then we have urea and nitrogen in the form of urea in our waste, and then again it gets into the soil, and the bacteria in the soil they fix nitrogen back again in the atmosphere.
Denitrification. How will the people know that what is nitrification? What you put in slide we should know, no?
Did you get this picture from some source? Or you have generated using AI tools?
I actually simple Google search, I just got it from.
Okay, that no one will know. But in the picture I said, whenever you are getting somewhere, you just mention the source. Okay.
See, he is sending me strip after clips asking what is nitrification. What should I tell him?
Probably.
If you don't answer, no, he will go on dharana. He will not have lunch.
Nitrification might probably based
There
on
are many people writing exam, no? You can ask them what is nitrification. One question you can ask. You will get an answer. There are individual people. Teacher is there. Tirukoti is there. Kaveri is there. They all teach environmental science for master students. You are a guest faculty.
Yes, sir.
That is called teacher only.
Guest faculty are more interested.
Not going to college itself. Okay, Ganesh will help you. Ganesh, Gagan and Bindu will help you. One will talk about nitrification, other one will talk about denitrification, then the third one will talk about acidification.
Okay. As and when the nitrogen is present in the atmosphere, it is in the unavailable form. So whatever the nitrogen fixing bacteria are there, they will take up the nitrogen and they will convert nitrogen to the nitrate. Later, that nitrate will get converted into ammonia. So this process is nothing but nitrification and ammonification.
denitrifying bacteria are present in the environment, they can able to capture direct nitrogen from the atmosphere and it can be converted into useful form. So these kind of bacteria can be found on the root bodies of the certain plants. Also the cycle is going on. Those are called the denitrifying bacteria.
It's also happening in wastewater treatment plant. Okay. So we go through like in ammonia, we convert first it to ammonia to nitrite by nitrosamines. And again from nitrite to convert into nitrate. NO2 minus is converted to NO3 minus. This is the nitrification. And like after we are denitrification, where we convert nitrate to nitrogen gas. This is by pseudomonas. This is a denitrification. And when you see in wastewater treatment, in aviation, like we have a bubble of nitrogen gas.
Isn't oxygen what we use in aerosol gas?
Yeah, we are doing.
Thank you for the detailed clarification of the nitrogen side. So next we have is biomass, energy, and energy flow within the ecosystem. So for biomass, it is basically the biological production within the system where we take energy to perform the other organic processes. So this can be measured by means of three different production within the biomass, energy, and carbon content within the system. So biomass is basically the total organic matter present per unit surface area. So one example we can use here is that we do perform the activity respiration to do the to have energy and then perform other activities. And then another example given in the book is that the energy that exists within the tree at the end of the year that will be used by it to produce neutrons, flowers, and other things. And next is energy. So energy is, according to the law of thermodynamics, neither created nor destroyed. It just flows within the system. So in the ecosystem, it flows by means of food or other activity. So we consume autotrophs, the heterotrophs, and these things. They perform this energy flow within the system, which is detailedly given in this diagram. Um, so initially we get energy from sunlight, which is consumed by plants, the producers or the autotrophs. So we consume the primary consumers, what they call, for example, cow and all, they consume these producers, they are called primary consumers, and the secondary consumers like the organism that depend upon these herbivores for their food, they consume the primary consumers and then take their energy to perform other organic activities. And then when these secondary consumers die, they are consumed by tertiary consumers. And when the tertiary consumers die, they are decomposed by the decomposers that exist within the ecosystem, for example, mushroom or other fungi or bacteria. And then this energy is returned back to the atmosphere. And another form of energy transmission is respiration. So we take in energy, we take oxygen, and then this oxygen is combined with other organic matter that present in the body to produce ATP cells. So also we have this equation that energy in the end, sorry, biomass in the end is equal to initial biomass plus the net production. So the net production alongside the initial biomass will give us the final one. And then we have food chain and food web. So food chain is like an organism depend on another organism for food.
Thanks.
So Aparna described regarding the nutrient cycling, regarding carbon cycle, water cycle, nitrogen and phosphorus cycles. And later on she briefed upon biomass, the flow of energy. She gave what we can tell the energy flow within an ecosystem, and she explained regarding the producers, consumers, primary and secondary consumers, etc. So again, later on she explained the formulas of net productivity and gross productivity. And later, finally, she explained regarding the food chain, wherein there is a flow of producers and consumers will be there, and there are interconnections of food chain, which is the food web. So next we'll be discussing about participants. Thank you.
So far we have looked into the scientific aspects of environment, and now we are going to look into the various participants that will be participating in the environmental management concept. Initially, we have existing users, so the people who use land or other resources to satisfy their needs. So this concept has evolved alongside various perspectives as well. So under this concepts, we have women, environment and development, focusing on women and their relationship with the environment, and we have gender and development under this as well, which is another social dimension in regards to environmental management. And then again we have women in development, so which is something that involves women and their decision making in context to environment. Next is the group seeking change. So this consists of a group of people, government, NGO, or national or local companies that wish to bring a change in the environment. So next is a group with little control. So this involves people who have little control over the environment, who unknowingly contribute to the degradation of environment. One case that is described in the book is that poor people unknowingly to their consent they contribute to the degradation of environment. So let's take an example that the accumulation of people in urban societies contributing the overuse of resources. So the third group, the group with little control, are about the people like this, and then the public, so which is us, who wish to bring a change in the environment. So one thing we have briefly discussed about yesterday is that the participation of public and their consultation in environmental impact assessment and their ability to bring change in the environmental matter. And then is the facilitators. So the facilitators include the funding agency and all the people who are going to fund any project or any activities. One example that is discussed in the book is regarding World Bank. So World Bank, when funding their projects, will also look in their environmental aspect as well. And the last is controllers. So the people who have control over the project or any activities that is being performed. So we can have NGOs or planners or other protection agencies here. So another topic, the topic of such argument on day one is environmental ethics. So we have three different categories under this. I mean, three major factors. So new effects on nature. So which is we are
Please summarize before we move into environmental ethics. Before this, concept participants and all that.
Before that,
Somebody else, yeah. You have already done the first part. Major?
Give it to Bindu.
Okay, okay.
You are not
Madhavi.
considering Bindu, Gagan, Ganesh.
She talked about participants in EM, environmental management, where there are like existing users, includes the humans, environment and development, and gender and development also, and women in development. And the next one is group seeking changes and all, like forming all the members in a group and they're discussing about what are the changes we can make out and all. Next is that groups with a little control, and also she talked about the public, like people who are affected by the things and all, and also facilitators like the funding agencies and all, and also she talked about the controllers like the government and international agencies who can control things. And next we are moving on environmental ethics.
So next is environmental ethics, so which is a philosophical context in regards to environment and all the physical and biological processes that happen within. So we have three major factors under this. So new effects on nature. So far in this modern world, we have started using various new technologies, and their effects on the environment is being studied. And next is the new knowledge about nature. So scientists so far have understood that. Carbon emissions have naturally exist in the atmosphere. So this is an example given in the book. And then now we understood that it is being accelerated by the anthropogenic activities. So we still need to have a lot of new knowledge about environment. And third is that expanding moral concern. So there are a group of people that who feels that animals, trees, and they also have moral rights and concerns. And this third category briefly discuss about the concerns regarding these animals and all. And then next is International Environment Movement, which is a collective global effort. So it all started when in mid 1960s, a person called Rachel Carson written a book called Silent Spring, focused on the use of pesticide in agricultural field and its drastic effect on the environment. So the release of this book coincided with the two conferences that happened in Britain focused on environment. So these things initially started saying how someone should focus on environmental management, considering the activities we have done that actually affect the environment. So these activities coincided with the formation of National Environmental Protection Act in 1969.
But when you are deliberating this, you please keep in mind this discussion on environmental ethics. Was
Yes,
not there at that time?
I was very scared to actually talk about environmental ethics because it will bring another heated argument.
Then that is not ethics. See, you are violating your own ethics.
I was even when making this, and I was thinking that would it bring another heated argument?
He is there, no, he is sharing, he will help you. You are lucky.
Do you want to have a talk on environment? So and then we had National Conference on Environment in 1972, National Conference of Population on 1974, and Human Settlements in 1976. So briefly, in this 1960s to 1970s, we had multiple conferences focused on environment, and then followed by the 1971 World Bank establishment focused on environmental section regarding hydroelectric power projects. So all of these collective efforts concluded with the formation of UNFCC and then the COP we see today. So it all started in early 1990s with the initial summit at Rio de Janeiro, and then we had World Wildlife Fund for Nature, whose successor document Caring for Earth, and all these stuff. These were all formulated from the mid 1960s to the early 1990s to the COP that we see today.
Anyone would like to summarize?
Yeah, Aparna talked about the environmental ethics. Like, if we go into the deep about that environmental ethics aspect, then this is a sort of study that contrasts the traditional studies about the different regions, which utilizes the relationship among the different people, how they treat of the environment based on the different regional studies also. Now the environment like ethics, they include the new effects on the nature, also new knowledge about the nature, and expanding the moral concerns about that. So that was about the environment.
happen in India. So considering India is a developing country, so it has to focus on both the development and also the concept of environmental management within. We have multiple problems that have arisen in the last years, starting with air pollution, which has been the talk of our discussion in the last 2 days and as well as today. So we were all aware about the air quality in Delhi and the other northern parts of India, the area surrounding it. And next is the water pollution. So the degradation of other water sources, the state, I mean the pollution state of it, the state of algal blooms, eutrophication, the thing with water hyacinth and all, and then deforestation and habitat loss. So considering that India is an agriculture state, I mean agriculture country, most of our livelihood is based on agriculture. People who perform agriculture is also actually misusing land. I mean the forest land or the wetland. I mean forest lands are being taken away for agriculture purposes as well. And agriculture has its own drawbacks as well. It has its own positive effects and also own negative effects. So when we destroy the forest and the forest areas, we for agriculture or for any other use, be it construction of a building or anything, we actually destroy a habitat and directly affect the organism living in that area. And then climate change, obviously. We are from no excuse to that. And then waste management. Waste management is another sector that India has been battling with. We are all aware of the waste that we dumped in the landfills. And then we have biodiversity and habitat loss it again. So which is in context to the third one. So when we destroy a habitat or an area, we directly affect the organism living in the be it an endangered species or be it a species that is particularly living in that area. So one example we can take from our previous discussion is that in the case study presented by Monica ma'am, we spoke about the deer, which is specific to the Loktak Lake, and then that deer is I mean, it's enlisted as endangered, and how by actually implementing the project we are affecting the livelihood of the deer. And then land degradation, obviously, misuse of land for construction and other activities, energy consumption and transition. So even today, 80% of India's energy demands are being met by coal, and we are still in the transition state. We haven't facilitated to the I mean, entire use of renewable resources, respect to the fact we have windmills, solar power, which means that our energy demand is more than the energy that is being given by this renewable sources, and we need another factor also to help us satisfy our own demand with energy. And then loss of wetlands and overexploitation of obviously wetlands are something that has an I mean as discussed in the case study as well, they are one of the huge carbon sink. So once destroyed, to re-establish them is hard. To recover them or restore them is actually hard. So that's another problem. And then overfishing, obviously, another case of another discussion. So overfishing and marine pollution is something that we've been facing a lot lately. So the concept of acidification in the ocean, that is that when there is too much carbon level or other organic matter, that the micro plants and microorganisms in the ocean, when they sink into the ocean, they get acidic, they acidify the ocean, and this actually has a drastic effect in the ocean as well. It will affect the life of the fish and all. And apart from that, we also have the problem of overfishing, that we overconsume. And the last is the rapid population, which is actually the one that is contributing to all of this. We have a rapidly growing population which has its own rapidly growing demand, and we have limited access to resources in certain cases. And this limited access to resources or overuse of resources result into the following actions. So thank you.
Thank you, Aparna. Okay, I will summarize.
Finally, Aparna highlighted us on the various concerns and concerns of India, which included various factors such as water pollution, air pollution, deforestation, optimal land use, and various others included. So everything was highlighted in detail. Uh, So those various were waste management, climate change, biodiversity, habitat loss, land degradation, energy consumption,
between various topic level?
According to my understanding so far, I believe that energy in different level varies because energy tend to escape during this level. I am not exactly sure of the rate of percentage of energy that escapes, but I am aware that energy in every level difference because energy tend to lose or escape.
Okay, so basically the grass will have high energy because directly taking energy from sunlight, and from first topic level to each topic level only 10% energy will transfer. So when it comes to last topic level, it will be that much less compared to the primary topic level.
Another question.
According to your understanding, can you explain the difference between the moral issue and the ethical issue? What is the moral issue and the ethical issue? According to you.
I don't want to comment on that, but then ethical issue, I would say it depends. I mean, both of the things are personal statements. I would say moral that differs from one person to another, and ethics differ from one person to another. So, I mean, it always contradicts with everyone.
No, he's not saying about your moral issue or ethical. Talking about ecosystem and environment. That.
So with respect to the environment, I'm asking what is the moral issue and the ethical issue? What you have faced till now, according to your own understanding?
So, I think I am not very good with the ethical issue thing like that. But with moral, I think I have my own environmental knowledge that I believe that we have our own responsibility towards the environment. So it starts with the everyday single action or a combined action. So for me, that in a situation where people can actually contribute to the environment and they don't do it for be it picking up a paper or anything. So for me, it is actually a moral issue because I believe that these kind of activities are basic. I mean, to me, they are morally conscious activities.
Can I try and answer?
Yeah.
So how I see it is that everything is critical, but morally is, like you said, that moral has more to do with how I personally perceive. Ethics are what I'm for the general public. What is it that I'm doing that is going to harm other people more and in an immediate manner? And morals are from a personal level, that what are the changes that I can bring in myself that incrementally lead to a better environment. For example, waste segregation, right? And when it comes to ethical, probably not wearing masks in public when you have, corona, for example. This is just an example. It's not a moral issue, it's actually about public health. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it's subject to further research. We'll focus that later. My question to you is that participants on EM, there is the first thing existing users. Twice there is a mention of woman. Can you please explain that?
So the first one is regarding, so far from my understanding from the book, the first one that women, development, and environment. It is in regards to their use and the management of resources. And third, women and development is their ability to actually, I mean, their what say let's say their involvement in decision making in regards to the environment. The first is regarding the use, and the third one is regarding the decision-making option or something like that.
That means you're saying that more and more women should come in decision-making groups. Is anyone else?
It's not just about women. Maybe I don't think. I mean, let's not take it into that way. Like more women into the concept of decision making or like that. It's just the concept of equality. Also women in the concept of decision making in regards to environment.
Okay. So, yeah, yes. we're done with it. So, okay. Ma'am, you want to add something? Yeah, please.
So, when we talk about women, here, women, we mean gender. We want more presence and more, how is it, more voices from the sector, from the women's side, to be heard. And because they are also users. So, for example, water scarcity affects women more because they are the ones who use to jacket, pile water and they bring it to the room. So, there are different kinds of users. That is what the reference is all about. Women in development, women and development, women with development, these are all the philosophies that were developed when the whole discourse on women issues started world over. And all of these have different implications. When you read more about it, you'll understand. And there are people who have defined it differently also. But yahan pe, when we talk about the existing users, we mean having a gendered lens to it.
Okay, so we have finished this. Thank you, Aparna. We successfully described the first chapter. I think the next speaker, Ramani.
Okay, so yeah, so let's again sort of revise through chapter 1, principles of environmental management quickly. So, so let me begin by saying how what we are seeing today of the environment around us, the immediate environment around us, was not something that was like built within a few years. It's millions of years of evolution has resulted in where we are today, and that includes the artificial structures as well, that like this building itself. However, increasing population in the recent decades has caused like obvious overexploitation of resources and overconsumption, further causing loss of biodiversity, disrupting of a lot of natural cycles in the ecosystem, and a lot of scarcity in the environment as well. But well, let me tell you one thing is that increase in the population is a rapid increase in the population is an issue, but definitely population by itself is not an issue. Because at the end of the day, the purpose of why we're even studying sustainability or environment, the ulterior motive is for people to sustain, people like you and us to sustain in a healthy environment. So population is not, what we need to think about is how are we going to cater to the growing population. But I agree that a rapid increase is the problem. Therefore, understanding environmental management and the interaction and interdependence between various elements of nature, physical and biological, facilitate in the efficient approach towards sustainable future that can sustain the growing population. So that's what I said. Now let's talk about environmental management. What is environmental management? So, alright, let's take a definition given by a paper that said that it's a process of allocating natural and artificial resources so as to make optimum use of environment and satisfying basic human needs at minimum and if more if possible on a sustainable basis. So at the end of the day, it's about how we're utilizing resources in such a way that we satisfy our needs, we don't compromise on our needs, but at the same time, we make sure that it's available for the future generation, of course, but on a very sustained basis, we utilize such resources. Moving on. Exactly. So, to put it into simple terms, it is the utilization and management of resources, like the keywords I've highlighted in green, and to ensure that the growing population's needs are met with minimum or no environmental consequences, if possible. So environmental
innovation, technology, policies, and we try to improve the quality of our lives, identifying threats and opportunities within the environment and to the social aspect of it as well, sustaining and improving existing resources, establishing and nourishing institutions that will facilitate research and management like the institution that we're currently in. We're trying to encourage people to, build more awareness, um, preventing and mitigating environmental problems, and establishing limits. And throughout all of these goals, it's very obvious that EM actively supports sustainable development at the end of the day. Now let's talk about population and environmental management, right? So increase in population, I've just made a quick flow chart so that you understand the consequences one after the other, what is leading to like imbalance of nature and why is it important to understand environmental management. So population increase, obviously the immediate effect is consumption is increasing, but the population consumes. And when consumption increases, automatically there is some waste being generated by us, and exploitation of resources and excessive waste generation is causing imbalances in nature. I am going to elaborate on ecosystem imbalances a little later. And such imbalances, like the immediate effects that we are sort of seeing in today's day is things like soil degradation, air quality, natural disasters, biological disasters are also probably an effect of the same thing. Like COVID was a biological disaster, I would say. Climate change, desertification, and to come to a definition of sustainable development in this is focuses on the finite elements or limits of the environment that can be sustained within nature for generations to come without causing any imbalances. So sustainable development, the aim is to not cause such imbalances. So that while I just also defined it, let me also tell you that sustainable development ensures that economic and social well-being and growth is happening along with taking care of environmental needs and protecting the environment and preventing further damage, any further damage to our ecosystem, and conserving natural biodiversity, gene pool, and other resources are also important. All of these come under the concept of what sustainable development is. Now some approaches that we can achieve sustainability in any given situation is like how engineering sir was right about how the odd even scheme that Anupam sir was talking about was definitely an ad hoc approach where it was like an immediate reaction to the problem to quickly make like either symptomatic, bring down the symptoms of the situation and to quickly bring something. But usually ad hoc approach is very impulsive and may not have the greatest results, like how Anupam sir said that the percentage decrease was very less. So it's an immediate reaction to a given situation. Then problem solving is identifying actionable solutions to a given problem. Systems approach where a given like ecosystems are considered, like river, mountain, forest, etc. And then regional is where a very specific zone of a geographical area is considered, like watersheds, coastal places, islands, etc. Specialist approach is where the approach is taken by experts and specialists like air quality management and water quality management, where there's a lot of testing and all of that involved. Voluntary is where people, either like public who's involved with in collaboration with NGOs, try to participate and support good causes. Now these approaches can either be taken as a in solitude, like a single approach for a given problem, or you can take like a combination of these approaches to solve a given achieve sustainability for a given issue. Now, environmental tools, I think this summarizes all the chapters that we've discussed so far.
assessments, auditing, the environmental impact statements, the cost benefit analysis, life cycle assessment, environmental design. All of these are the tools that understand that these are tools that we are using that have like a very specific, each one of them, as you've known by now, you should be aware that each one has their own processes and all of that. So, yeah, they are tools. So let's go ahead and move on. Summarize.
Summarize. What's the rest?
We understood this, what is environment and its definitions and scope, as to why so we have to protect the environment, what is necessary and present. So and also we have discussed some goals on environmental management, that how to manage the environment in again different nature, and we have also studied and implications of population growth and needs of sustainability, and what is sustainability. Next, we have also touched upon approaches like ad hoc approach, problem-solving approach, system approach, regional approach, and specialist discipline approach. And we also understood that voluntary sector approach like NGOs and public participation.
That's right, sir. Thank you. Now let's come to the big broad concept of ecosystems. So, first of all, living and non-living things, factors of an environment. By non-living, let's not consider man-made or artificial objects. As of now, we're considering very naturally made non-living things. And they are nothing but your biotic and abiotic factors. And the biotic and abiotic factors interact with each other, support each other, and they have a very symbiotic, a very friendly relationship that, which is why those two arrows that I meant, which means that they help each other in many ways in natural systems. So now, um, biotic factors, let's just take, for example, animals, humans, plants, microorganisms. Within biotic factors also, they support each other where, let's say, plants and animals, respiration, right? Like she said, we release carbon dioxide that plants need, plants release oxygen that we need. So that's the relationship biotic and abiotic factors have. Now, looking at this flowchart, you'll understand that biotic factors are divided into autotrophs and heterotrophs. And we'll go to abiotic later. Autotrophs can produce their own food through the process of photosynthesis, primarily plants and certain bacteria as well. Heterotrophs depend on autotrophs for food, and they are further, like, they can be tied down to primary consumers, which are nothing but your herbivores that consume plants, secondary consumers that are carnivores and omnivores that consume primary consumers, tertiary consumers, top carnivores, and decomposers. So when these all of these primary, secondary, tertiary consumers, maybe once they die, decomposers are the one who come and break them down into compounds, and the nutrients that come out after breaking down are further utilized by autotrophs. That is, the plants. The same nutrients are utilized. So that's the cycle I've shown in this. And abiotic factors now in this whole process, they facilitate all the cycle that I showed on the left. And to understand what they are a variety of organic and inorganic components like soil, water, oxygen, carbon, and even physical elements like sunlight, moisture, temperature, etc. And I'm like this, within this picture itself, you can see like a simple food chain by itself. There's a plant, there's vegetation that a rabbit eats, fox can eat a rabbit, and maybe a lion eats the fox. Now, moving on, let's talk about nutrient cycles, right? There are 4 nutrient cycles as you can see here. So, water cycle, very simple. It involves processes like evaporation of water vapor from rivers and even transpiration from plants, and that forming clouds and clouds pouring
bring down rain, that is precipitation, and the rains again, the water goes back to rivers, and that's the general water cycle. Carbon cycle is when carbon emissions either through industries or, like she said, forest fires, as well as our like respiration activities. Once the carbon gets into the air, plants take it up for photosynthesis, yes, and plants sometimes even store it within themselves or utilize it for their growth. And when plants and animals die, um, that there also carbon is stored, forming, sometimes it forms fossil fuels. That's where we get our fossil fuels from dead and decayed matter, which has accumulated over the millions of years. And that is nothing but, again, which is being utilized by our industries and all of that, and a little bit of that carbon is also being utilized by plants. Next, nitrogen cycle, I think we have already elaborated through our discussion. In simple terms, it's when atmospheric nitrogen, which is quite a dominating gas present in the atmosphere, it's taken up by bacteria, nitrogen-fixing bacteria, converted into nitrate. And when this nitrate tries to go back, this is the nitrification process. And when this nitrate goes back into the atmosphere through as a nitrogen gas, that is the denitrification process. It's a little that way. I mean, I'm sure it's a little more complicated. There are other factors. As you can see in the image, there's lightning and all of that. But in very simple terms, I think this is the cycle. Phosphorus cycle, on one side we have our artificial, they say like runoff from pesticides, detergents as well, that is the runoff of phosphorus compounds getting into the rivers, as well as certain rivers that carry gravel from rocks from mountains. All of this is built up as silt in the water bodies. And this silt, generally phosphorus is not so soluble in water. And geological uplift pushes the rocks, these compounds to the water, and some of it is absorbed by plants. Um, and decomposers break down, again, a small part of it, and they break down the plants that have utilized the phosphorus. And again, animals consume these plants, and that's why it's getting back into the food chain. Now, let's talk about biomass, energy, and energy flow. Biomass is nothing but the total organic matter present in a unit surface area of the earth. So, me, myself, like this part of me, I am a biomass, a living biomass by myself as well. So, it is that organic matter present for unit surface area. You can take any unit as a meter for me. So now, like that, biomass can be done for any biotic factor. Now, net production we can understand is the change in biomass over a period of time. That is B2 minus B1. Let's take changes, B2 being the beginning, biomass in the beginning versus, I mean, biomass now versus the biomass in the beginning of our study. So net production is also gross production minus respiration. Respiration is nothing but the energy that's being released into the atmosphere. Now, few elements which are macro elements in the atmosphere are carbon, oxygen, hydrogen. Minor elements are nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, magnesium, sulfur. And some trace elements found in very small quantities are iron, copper, zinc, magnesium, boron, etc. Now, talking about energy flows. So, biomass itself contains energy, and energy flows like the thermodynamics rule says that energy can't be created or destroyed. It flows from one form to the other. So, starting from plants which consume solar energy, convert it into chemical energy within their like their system, and then it's given to us. And I mean, once we consume it, it's converted into heat energy through digestion and biological processes that happen inside our body. And that heat is again released back into the atmosphere, as well as new. Uh, yeah, that's how sort of energy flows within the food chain, you can say. So energy from ecosystems, yeah, that's it. And this is aided by a lot of abiotic and biotic let's talk about food chains, food webs, trophic level. So trophic level is nothing but in a food chain. Okay, let's understand food chain actually. The flow of energy from autotrophs to heterotrophs and finally to even the bacteria and decomposers. This entire cycle is the food chain, and a network, a web of food chains together forms the food web because it's a network of food chains. Like she said, one organism need not be eaten by just another. Yeah, no, I'll stop it.
So, when you talk about ecosystem concepts, an ecosystem is consist of the biotic and abiotic factors, which means living and non-living factors. And she discussed about the structure of ecosystem, which contain biotic components. And in biotic components, their nutrition status were discussed. So, having a heterotrophs and the autotrophs, their autotrophs can able to prepare their own food, and it is a primary hierarchy in the food chain. And it comes to the heterotrophs, they will consume the autotrophs. So in heterotrophs, it's also known as consumers. So they will be having a primary consumer, secondary consumer, tertiary consumer, and decomposers and transformers. Where primary consumer include herbivorous animals, and secondary consumers include carnivorous and omnivorous, and tertiary consumers include the top carnivorous and decomposers and transformers. And it comes to the abiotic components, the ecosystem, it includes variety of organic compounds and basic inorganic elements and compounds such as soil, water, calcium, carbonates, etc. Next, we talk about the nutrient cycle. Then, like where the nutrients are the atoms and molecules that are essential for the growth. Then she talk about water cycle, carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle, and phosphorus cycle. Then she talked about biomass energy and energy flow, biological production, which means the net production is equal to gross production minus respiration. Then the energy in ecological system and the energy flow.
That's right. And so yeah, now you understood the food chain and food web as well. Now during the process of food chain where organisms are consuming one after the other, I mean plants to herbivores to carnivores, there's some amount of heat that is lost in the process, and as Aparna was right that almost 80 to 90% is lost in the process for each level. And that level that we're talking about is nothing but the trophic level. So the position of one organism within that food chain is known as its trophic level. Or how many organisms that belong to the same trophic level are almost usually comes, let's not complicate it, the position in which an organism lies within that food chain is its trophic level. Now, a shorter food chain is because I said energy is lost in the process, right? So, a shorter food chain obviously means that there's more energy available to that particular consumer. So, plants, you can say, have the highest amount of energy deriving it from solar, and then it goes down and down and down. So, less energy is the energy is getting lesser as the food chain grows. Now, two types of food chains. One is the grazing food chain, and next is the detritus food chain. Grazing food chain is the regular one that I was talking about that starts from plants and goes to herbivores and carnivores. Detritus food chain includes the decomposers and microorganisms within the food chain, and it goes in detail about how non-living organic matter from all of that to the microorganisms and then the predators that replenish compounds into the soil. So it studies in detail about that other side of the cycle. Now let's talk about ecosystem restoration and recovery. So one thing is natural ecosystems can sort of recover and replenish by themselves, and there is always, whether with human interaction or without human interaction,
it's not like the natural ecosystem will be the same if humans don't touch it. It will have some changes, natural changes, because that's how gene variation concepts and all of that have emerged in natural processes of human evolution as well. So it was noticed that animals and plants have adapted. So animals and plants have adaptive strength. They have the capability to adapt to a lot of um, imbalances in the ecosystem as well when something goes wrong. For example, let me tell you, when a forest undergoes forest fires, I recently saw a video that talked about how the bark of a tree in a dense forest, I'm talking about a very old age tree, the bark of the tree, when it's burnt and stays right onto the trunk of the tree, it protects the tree from a next forest fire that comes compared to a fresh new tree which has never experienced a forest fire before. Because this layer that has undergone the top layer of the bark which has undergone the fire, the impact of the fire, has provided resistance for the next time if there's any fire accident. Uh, then there are two kinds of so succession basically means how is the forest like any ecosystem basically regenerating itself. So primary succession is when there's an initial establishment and development of an ecosystem when everything is like fresh. For example, forests that develop on new lava flows, so once near like volcanic areas, as well as near at the edge of a retreating glacier. So these are very freshly formed vegetation. So that is known as primary succession. Versus secondary succession is the re-establishment of an ecosystem. Like after a forest fire, let's say there's new generation after it resides, the forest fire. Let's say in 1-2 years you see like new sprouting of new trees that are more climate resilient or more forest fire resilient. That is a secondary succession example. Now, this proves that nature in itself is quite self-sufficient. However, imbalances are being mostly caused by anthropogenic activities. So, like one of the major, you can say, anthropogenic activities in terms of ecosystems could be a species domination or scarcity. Sorry, when there's like new species introduced into an atmosphere which is not native to the ecosystem, or when a particular a species is sort of fully taken out either due to activities like hunting or something, or hunting its predator. When you hunt its predator, automatically it affects the prey as well. So the population of the prey. So that way there'll be like species domination or scarcity and starvation, or there'll be nutrient deficit within the food chain or energy drop. For example, let's take a simple food chain. A fly, a frog, and then the frog consumed by a snake and a snake consumed by an eagle. A vulture. Now, if the number of snakes are drastically reducing due to many activities, people getting scared of the snakes, them entering homes, and people just killing many snakes now. Now, if the population of snakes comes down, what's going to happen to the population of frogs? It's going to drastically increase. Because of that, the number of flies and mosquitoes and butterflies are like going to reduce drastically. Now, what do butterflies and flies do? They pollinate. Pollination is getting affected right there. So there's an ecological imbalance. Now, that exactly mass population surge or a drop to the point of extinction. And that's your ecosystem change and damage happens. Simple. Now let's talk about the participants. Yeah, sure. I'm sorry.
What is the food chain? She talked about what is the food web, food chain in which different organisms are dependent on each other, and there is a flow of energy, and the interlinking of different food chains is what we call a food web. And with increase in every trophic level, there is a decrease in energy, that is 10%, and levels she discussed. Okay, she gave an example of how the organism, when its population gets decreased or increased in a food chain, how it's going to imbalance the whole food chain or the ecology. She mentioned an example of a snake. Like if the population of a snake is drastically decreased, then how there is an increase in the population of frog, and that's how the frog will catch more butterflies, flies, and all. Those are responsible for pollination, and again there will be an imbalance in the ecosystem. So
Thank you. Shravani, can you please wrap it up a little fast?
Sure.
Because we are running out of time.
Yeah, sure. So let's quickly go through the participants in EM. So existing users are the people who currently utilize those resources that we're trying to manage, and they usually they are sometimes entitled to some rights, and such rights need to be considered as well. And controllers are governments, international agencies, lawmakers, NGOs, media, academics, all the stakeholders who control how the environmental management, they keep a close eye on how the whole management process happens. Facilitators are funding agencies generally who support the system of environmental management, who facilitate it. So it's the funding agencies who bring the money, the consultants who come with expertise and advice, planners, financial institutions, the public who are directly affected by any decision taken, groups with little controls. It could be refugees, migrants, it could be people who are a little bit on low income category people as well, who have no choice but sort of to face the consequences of a lot of decisions implemented. Groups seeking change could be individuals, it could be companies, organizations, NGOs who are seeking change either for their own community or like for a personal gain as well. And group seeking change could be a threat as well as it could be beneficial based on the intent from their side. Because if they have selfish motives, then it may not lead to the right decisions. Moving on. So, what is a decade for women in environmental management was popular during the 1975 to 85. As we discussed, it's just to understand how women have played a role throughout the evolution of environmental management, and where women were one of the dependents on the primary environment, and how women can come up to more leadership roles, and sort of how they were once marginalized, and now probably it would be great to have like a system of equity and equality as well. Then let's talk about why ethics in environment is necessary, and this is pertaining to environment only. So, why do we need to learn about ethics? Is because there are many new effects on nature with a lot of advancement in technology and innovation, which we need to study how technology is impacting our environment. So, that is where ethics come into play. Then new knowledge about nature, so research is happening as we speak. There's probably so much research happening around us, and in this very institute, there's a lot of research happening. So the more knowledge we gain, the more our perspectives and insights might change on the environment, and that requires us to be adaptive. Then expanding moral concerns is more about the societal aspect of how people connect themselves morally to the environment, and how their natural bonding and connection with the nature sometimes expands ethical concerns, and consideration to such things need to be given, where you try to understand, like see it from another person's perspective as well. Put yourself in another person's shoes, like indigenous communities. So any decision taken, you need to consider their ethical considerations. Now let's talk about international environmental movement. Now, 1970s is where the era of action began, where setting up of the UN Conference on People, Environment and Human Settlement took place. And in 1972, there was a Stockholm Conference where UNEP was set up with funding for major projects. And 1987 to 1993, there was a sensitivity period for sustainability where landmark events like the Montreal Protocol was undertaken, and Montreal Protocol, I think, is a very successful implementation happened. So coming to the last part, where there's, let's talk about the environmental concerns in India. Of course, population surge and urbanization, which is in turn causing a lot of deforestation. As you can see, within Bangalore itself, they're trying to expand the parameters where townships are being set up beyond the areas of like Whitefield and all of that, where just 5 years back, Whitefield probably didn't have so many flats and apartments coming up. So that's nothing but your urbanization happening and population increase to meet their demands. Then waste management, of course. While on one side there is a solution would be to prevent waste generation at source. The other is also to advocate for how producers of different products that are causing overconsumption also needs to be taken care of. And then biodiversity loss, forest encroachment, all of this leading to biodiversity loss. And land degradation, maybe due to agricultural practices like the one I mentioned below, unsustainable practices and lack of awareness also sometimes in agriculture. Because a lot of people in the agriculture sector do not even know what their chemical pesticides are doing. For them, it's killing pests, and it's a win-win for them. But what they don't understand, it's actually a win-lose. It's a win for them, but it's a lose for the environment. So I think lack of awareness is it's sad, it's happening. And poor air and water quality, we know about it. Forest encroachment, health, hygiene, and safety concerns, sort of coming through because of a lot of these other factors, and all of these are interrelated. You want to summarize, or I'll go ahead?
Gagana, please summarize.
She talked about participants in environmental management. The first group are the existing users who are using the resources currently, and the second are the group seeking change people. This includes, government or NGOs who want to bring the change in environment to, either to conserve it or to use the resources in a sustainable manner. And next are the groups with little control. This includes the people who are, either migrants or the people who have little control but are experiencing the effect where they have, it's not their responsibility for causing this problem. And the general public where either they are benefiting from it or having an impact due to the other activities that are taking place. And the facilitators, and also there are controllers who are controlling certain, whether it may be bringing in a policy plan or. And then she talked about like the ethics in the environment, where it gives a perspective on the new effects on nature, where bringing in modern technology, how it affects the environmental issues, whether it can be to curb or to or degrades the environment, and new knowledge about nature, how that is, and expanding the moral concerns. Then she talked about the international environmental movement. One can be the Rachel Carson book that was bought, which talked about the pesticide, how it affects the, all the other environmental aspects. And then she talked about, environmental concerns in India, which included the, urbanization, overpopulation, how, like the natural resources degradation, and different aspects.
That's right. Thank you. Now, a case study that I took, one, I mean, funny enough, initially I actually took up a case study for the same Bandipur Tiger Reserve. I took up an article that I saw about the restoration efforts by a group, but which was done in 2008. And I almost finished putting it into my
presentation, and then I realized I didn't even know that there was actually in 2019 a very big forest fire in the entire forest area. And that made me realize this is what the imbalance that I was talking about, like unexpected and uncertain events causing a sudden disruption. While restoration is definitely one effort, such unexpected events like entirely disrupt the ecosystems. Let's see how. So in fact, 2019, a major forest fire broke out into the Bandipur National Tiger Reserve. It's in Karnataka itself. And a national remote sensing center in ISRO carried out that the total area affected by the fire, they checked the entire area. And it was almost about 10,920 acres. And so it went on for 5 days, the forest fires. And it was the first time that initially they considered that the reason of the forest fire was climate change and the rapid growth of dry grass and lanterna, which is a non-native species and which is very invasive in nature. And lanterna, it was said that lanterna in that forest has invaded almost 87,224 hectares of the entire reserve. And in the picture on the right was taken from that restoration case study where they were trying to pull out the lanterna plant as a whole, as you can see in the bottom picture. And officials reported that there was luckily, there was no death of larger mammals in the park like bison, elephants, leopards, or tigers. They might have escaped because in a way, they were fast-moving animals, whereas the slow-moving animals were definitely affected, as well as smaller mammals and reptiles were killed in the process, along with thousands and thousands of trees. And the final investigation revealed that actually there were two shepherds who were involved in this forest fires. And this is where I want to bring up how humans' anthropogenic activities need not be things like hunting or cutting down trees. It can be something as simple as this, where the two shepherds were actually getting their cattle around that forest to graze, and they were scared because they spotted a tiger somewhere around the forest a few days back. So they were scared of tigers coming around their cattle. So they themselves went and set fire to a couple of trees, which just spread around the thing. And it was told that both the shepherds were finally arrested for setting the forest on fire. And on Feb 22nd, so that's what it was, to chase away a tiger. So you can see the intent of them of even like chasing away a tiger through things like a fire. It's probably not the right thing to do. And the kind of damage that the forest underwent because of the forest fire could have been so extreme that who knows, we might have lost a medical plant that we didn't even know, and probably it was the last remaining species in the forest. So, and we still wouldn't have even discovered that plant. So, this is what I'm talking about, ecological imbalances in nature, and it's really sad when such things happen. So, thanks a lot.
Anyone want to summarize the case or any perspective? Sorry, Ganesh.
I want to talk about a recent case study that took place in Bannerghatta National Park, Bandipur Reserve Forest, in which due to the grazing activity where they set fire due to the so-called insecurity what they felt in the forest, but that was not the proper approach what they did, due to which they are not, we can see the outbreak
would say they might be beneficial to bring in more resilience within the biodiversity so that the biodiversity tries and adapts to the heat impact of fires. So definitely resilience is increasing within their genes, but for balancing the ecosystem. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You have any comment?
No, I think Anupam raised the hand. Let him finish, then we will end.
Sorry for the delay, Leo.
No, it's not your that happened because of the few minutes.
If I was slow, okay.
Shravani, you talked about the concept of self-sufficient, right?
Yeah.
So my question to you is, we have a natural lake and a man-made lake. So which one is more self-sufficient and why?
So I would say a natural lake is definitely more self-sufficient compared to an artificial lake, but
Shravani wants at 2:30. Since she is sitting here, she can assert